last time on the Switchy YouTube channel. The total drama saga grew even more complex as Switchy departed his nostalgic comfort zone of the first 3 total drama seasons and faced the challenge of reviewing Season 4, Total Drama Revenge of the Island. With an all-new cast, all-new gimmicks, and a not all-new location, Switchy had a lot to adjust to for any hope at a fair review. After a small identity crisis and a large amount of talking, Switchy came to the conclusion that although Total Drama Revenge of the Island disappointed him a lot in his youth, it was a lot better than he used to give it credit for. Once he got over the lack of the older characters, he found himself liking it a lot more than he did as a kid, even with its shorter runtime. It was all nice and neat, even with the whole toxic waste theme. But things aren't going to stay that way, and those of you in the know what's coming up is going to be intense. We're talking Season 5, All-Stars! Things are gonna get messy. Will Switchy be able to shape up and take it on, or will this be the season that finally puts an end to his career? Find out now on the most dramatic Switchy video yet, the comprehensive roast of Total Drama All-Stars! How was that?
I liked it. Good job, man.
So, are you planning to bail me out?
What? Bail you out?
Yeah, dude. I was hoping you could, since I did the recap and all.
Oh, sorry, Chris. It didn't occur to me. I didn't realize I was, supposed to do that. But, I'm sure you'll be out of here, soon. I really gotta do a thing, so I'll see you around. Thanks again. Bye. Whoa, what's wrong? What'd I do? Did I forget to pack my flame shield?
We want Switchy 2!
Oh, not this Switchy 2 crap again. Jeez, I can't even go 2 seconds without someone asking me about him. We want Switchy 2! Switchy 2 is the best Switchy. When is Switchy 2 coming back? Everyone just loves Switchy 2. He's a better writer, a better narrator, a better editor. Hell, he's probably better at rotoscoping. No one has the patience for the original Switchy anymore. I'm old news. I'm out of it. I'm losing my edge. You know what? Whatever. I'm all for giving the audience what they want. I'm sure Switchy 2 is on the top of the world right now based on how much everyone loves him, but maybe there's a chance he can make some time for us.
Hey, Switchy 2. It's that time of year again, so if you want, we can do the All-Stars review together.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing that, no.
Why?
Why? I don't know. How about because I'm flat fucking broke? I made some terrible investments in the market. They went belly up. The economy's never been in a worse fucking position. I have work at Walmart in 20 minutes. And I'm a cart pusher, okay? So sorry if I don't have fucking time to do your silly little show, but I've got big boy responsibilities. I've got to fix some mistakes I made, something you probably don't fucking understand a thing about, okay? So, no, I don't have time. No, I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, okay, sorry, man.
Yeah, it's cool, just...
Okay, yeah, I'll leave you to that.
Wow. Jeez. Here I was, thinking Switchy 2 had it all, but he's actually going through a lot. I guess I really projected a lot onto him because of my own jealousy. It's easy to assume the people around us have everything we've ever wanted, but a lot of us are facing our own obstacles. That's an important life lesson right there. I'm not the only one who's scared. I'm not the only one who has doubts. You know, we always start these videos with the same conversation. I sit down on this couch or my desk and go, whoa, isn't it crazy that I made a popular YouTube series? I make YouTube videos, that's crazy! And as much as I wish that was just me messing around, it's not. I'm still baffled by the whole thing, but I've made that point clear. The verdict's in. I make total drama videos. Not only total drama videos, but I make total drama videos. It could be worse though. I like this show and have plenty of opinions to share, but I've always been worried about the longevity of talking about it. I mean, total drama is just one show. Are people going to continue being interested in it? I mean, I'm an adult now. I do adult things. Not really. But I'm sure some of you are doing adult things because the original roast video came out 4 years ago. That's quite a long time. That's an entire bachelor's degree. So why are people still talking about total drama? Why hasn't it fizzled out yet? You guys want to see something crazy?
Switchy, don't do it! Do not bring out the whiteboard! Do not bring out the whiteboard! No! Switchy, don't do it! For the love of God, Switchy! Stop it! Put the whiteboard away, Switchy! No! No!
Look here. Take a good look. Total Drama peaked on Google Trends for the first time in almost 10 years. It's been more popular than ever. Not really ever, but you know. Interestingly, it wasn't in April when the newest season came out. It was in August. What does that mean? I don't really know. Well, actually, I have a hunch. A hunch leading me towards the modern day king of short form algorithmic content. TikTok. Last year I was minding my own business and suddenly an old TikTok I had posted in 2021 started getting a lot of traction. The Chris McClain Cha-Cha Slide parody I had made back there was blowing up out of nowhere. If you don't know what the Cha-Cha Slide is, yes you do. I didn't think that videos ever blew up so late like this on TikTok, but then again, I'm a disgraced old man who doesn't understand all this new stuff. Some of my more youthful friends directed me towards the duets, and suddenly I was bombarded with an avalanche of videos people had made with my audio. One person got like 500,000 views with a video they made of Chris McClain in Roblox acting out the Cha-Cha Slide dance moves. I saw some videos of people doing the dance with Chris's face superimposed on them, and this was basically all happening without me even knowing it. I mean, I barely use TikTok at all. Here's another thing. Around the same time, I started being told about a total drama AU called Island of the Slaughtered a lot, as if I knew what an AU was. It kept showing up in my comments, especially for the iceberg video, and based on what I've heard from BH Ultra, I wasn't alone. Island of the Slaughtered is an alternate story for Total Drama Island, where the campers are left alone by Chris on the island with a serial killer. Wait, isn't that just an episode from the show? There's a whole fandom and culture for this that has emerged, with a bunch of gotcha animations of the characters too. So, we have a revived fan culture for the new seasons, a super popular piece of horror fanfiction, and Roblox. I think I know what's happening. The middle schoolers have found Total Drama.
So why am I saying this? Well, honestly, any discussion about the rise and fall of online trends is personally interesting to me, but I also never saw this coming. When I set out to make the first video in this series, my idea was to make a comedically long review going episode by episode, talking about my nostalgia for the show and how it feels to rewatch it again over a decade later. The people I had in mind as the target audience were people my age, who grew up watching the show as well and would enjoy taking a look back with me. And for a while, I didn't really see that audience getting any younger. Basic laws of our universe and stuff, you know.
However, I was wrong, even though the signs were there. We had known about the new seasons being in the works since before the action review, but honestly, I never expected them to do that well. No offense. I just assumed it would make a small scene but fly under the radar, and instead of that happening, the show is now going through a renaissance of attention. Additionally, the intention isn't just a bunch of old heads like me being nostalgic for this show we watched as kids. It's made up of people who are now growing up with the newest season. Andromarama. Our skibbity toilet watching, Roblox-obsessed Poppy Playtime Amazing Digital Circus iPad-loving youth are now riding the Total Drama train. I hope I don't come off as unhappy or bitter about this, by the way, but I'll totally admit that it feels a bit bizarre to see all this happening. Sometimes it's easy to imagine things as being stagnant and unchanging when that's just not the case. And the total drama community has been changing. Also, I don't mean to put the middle schoolers watching this video down, because despite what anyone my age will tell you, middle schooler, we were doing the same fandom shit you were. For us, it was Homestuck and Hetalia and My Little Pony, and FNAF 2, especially FNAF. I at first thought it was weird how much cutesy content there was about the whole Island of the Slaughtered thing, but then I remembered that my generation was doing the exact same thing with our creepypastas and horror games. The point I'm making is that things change, but they also stay the same. That's part of life. Sometimes it's hard to adjust to, and there's always going to be someone whining about whether things were better in the past or not, but things are going to change regardless. Anyway, it's time to whine about how things were better in the past.
Total Drama All-Stars. This is a complicated topic, especially compared to previous seasons of the show. The earlier seasons, with the exception of Revenge, were pretty low pressure to write about, as frankly the theses of those videos pretty much came down to, this season is good and I like it.
With All-Stars, however, well, spoiler alert, my opinion is not all sunshine and rainbows. It might get a little nasty. I have to be ready for that. You're gonna have to be ready too. I know you guys have been dying to see me do this. So, let's loosen up a bit and shake it out. I'm gonna do some stretching. I certainly don't want to be all tense when I'm reviewing Total Drama. You good? Good. Let's do it. The comprehensive roast of Total Drama All-Stars.
Before I say anything, I need to make a quick disclaimer. You will probably catch me calling this season Season 5 throughout this video. Even if I try not to, it's basically inevitable that I will call it that. The thing is, it's technically not correct to call it that, or it's at least not specific enough. As many of you may know, the 5th season of Total Drama covers both Total Drama All-Stars and Total Drama Pocketail Island. It was commissioned as a season split into 2 parts by Cartoon Network, because I guess that's a different thing. Even though these 2 half seasons aired almost a year apart, have entirely different names, different casts, and different settings, they're technically the same season. I know it doesn't make that much sense, but I think it most likely just comes down to the contracts of people who work on the show, and how certain deals last a certain amount of seasons or something. I think that's why the last season of The Sopranos was basically 2 seasons in 1 as well.
Even still, I will probably call this season, or half season, or fictional property within the Total Drama universe that doesn't fit snugly into the real-life Total Drama season delineation, Season 5. Mostly out of habit. I mean, I guess it's technically wrong, but it's so much easier.
Still though, it's not the best habit, and I think I'll try to avoid saying it. Keyword, try. The whole half-season thing might have helped the show be made behind the curtain, but it certainly didn't make it easier to discuss it. I mean, you will often hear people refer to the earlier seasons by their corresponding number. It's a simple, straightforward way to discuss things that saves a lot of time. Why call it Total Drama Revenge of the Island when Season 4 communicates the same idea? But if someone tells you about their opinions of, say, Season 6 of Total Drama, yeah, it's the Wild West. Do they mean Pocketail? Do they mean the 2023 reboot? Do they mean the 2023 reboot and what followed it? Heck, they might even mean Redonkulous Race. As I said in my previous video, I was not really keen on Total Drama Revenge of the Island when it first came out. There were some elements I liked, I guess, but pretty much anything I enjoyed about the season always came with a caveat in my own mind of, this season shouldn't exist, the old cast was way better. At the time, my frustration at what Revenge of the Island wasn't vastly superseded any strong opinion of what it actually was.
So you might be thinking that I was quite excited for All-Stars. After all, with key characters from the original cast making their return, like I wanted, the season had to have caught my attention. Well, yes and no.
I had a big Total Drama obsession throughout mid to late 2012. I was obsessed with the show. I did the roleplay camps, I watched a lot of AMVs, looked at fan art of my favorite ships on DeviantArt, you know, all the middle schooler stuff that I was talking about earlier.
Once again, kids, we weren't any better than you.
And when key individuals who worked on the show started talking about a new season in the works with a heroes versus villains theme, my interest was very much piqued. All-Stars was a crazy cool idea, and it was one that I was eager to see in action. But there was a whole year of waiting before we would get to see it, even more so for the poor Banana Republic Canadians, and a whole year to wait for a kid my age was a hype killer. I mean, geez, a year is a long time for a child. I certainly wasn't gonna stay a super invested Total Drama fan that long, so by the time All-Stars finally came out, I was pretty far out of my Total Drama phase cycle. It was kind of a 2-year thing. I was too busy watching South Park and My Little Pony for the first time to really feel that strongly about it. I was so delightfully cringed with my stupid brony bracelets. I should note that I was interested enough to watch the new episodes as they came out, but I really did not care that much about what was happening. I sure wasn't browsing forums and discussing theories or anything with other fans online.
I said in the last video that I feel like I misjudged Revenge of the Island when I first saw it, and that statement still rings true. But honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't like it at first because it kept my expectations low for All-Stars.
I went into All-Stars kind of imagining the show in a fallen state, and because of that, I didn't take how the whole thing went that seriously. In my mind, the show was never going to be like how it used to be, and I was spared a lot of heartache because I went in with that mindset.
Because, for those of you who don't know, people hate this season. People hate this season.
I feel like a lot of people have a personal story about how disappointed they were with All-Stars, how its various character derailments and writing decisions sent them into an AVGN-like fury that led them to lose their temper and start setting things on fire.
Fuck All-Stars! All-Stars? More like Ass-Stars? Starglow to fuck? What were they thinking?
But personally, I kind of don't. I remember my key preteen takeaways were mostly that the characters were almost all flanderized and oversimplified versions of themselves, the mixing of the cast was underused, the show was generally unfunny, and all in all, it was pretty much just as bad as Revenge, but a little bit less because we had some of the old characters. With that said, none of these things made me feel very strong emotions. I was checked out enough to not care much about some of its more controversial moments.
A lot of people weren't though, especially because this season promised the return of some Gen 1 characters, which was a big deal to a lot of people after the mixed reception of the all-new cast of Season 4. The fact that World Tour ended so abruptly and left so many fan-favorite characters in unresolved arcs certainly added fuel to the fire. People went into this season with a lot of things to be excited for. The idea of having the Gen 1 and 2 cast meet was awesome. It opened a whole new world of possibilities for friendships, rivalries, and maybe a little bit more. They seem to talk a lot about the whole heroes versus villains concept a lot early on, although that didn't really stick. When they started showing commercials, it was more focused on the fact that the quote-unquote best competitors would be competing. I mean, it's in the name. All-Stars! The best and brightest total drama characters are coming back to Wawanakwa to duke it out for another chance at $1 million. And Sam. Why is Sam here? They really love to talk about the returning cast like it was a big thing, as if that's not what they had been doing up until Season 4.
Speaking of Sam being a part of this season, people were complaining about the cast pretty much from the start, and I can see why there might be some grumbles at a glance. There are a lot of missing fan favorites that people were confused about, and the ad campaign for the show was only making it worse. For some reason, Cartoon Network aired advertisements for the show that implied characters like Lashana and Owen were going to be in the season when they weren't.
Lashana is one sassy player, but is she sassy enough for All-Stars? Total Drama All-Stars, this fall only on Cartoon Network.
Girl, you crazy.
Sure, Owen's a big goofball, but is he a big enough goofball for All-Stars? Total Drama All-Stars, this fall only on Cartoon Network.
Some people say this might have meant that the show originally meant to have them in the cast, but, like, if that were the case, they definitely could not have taken those characters out in between the time they were airing these ads and the time the show premiered. This was airing in July of 2013. The season started airing in September. Like, that would be absurd. That's like 6 weeks to completely rewrite, re-record, and reanimate at least a couple of episodes. I'm not a TV showrunner, but I'm 99.9% sure that's not how the industry works. I think my best guess is that this is just a relic of a really early concept of the season, and the ads were made based on it without anyone letting them know that Owen and Lashana weren't actually in the season. Or maybe the point they're making in the ads is that Big O and Big L don't have it what it takes for All-Stars. Which, first of all, yes they do, Cartoon Network. Never doubt my goats like that again. Lashana was on track to win Season 1, but got kicked out on some nonsense gag. She is prime All-Star, more so than Sam. If this was their plan, that would mean they're intentionally showing us characters and being like, hey look, these characters won't be in our season! Look at this character we're leaving out! Which, I'm not an advertising expert, but making what you don't have a selling point seems like a suboptimal marketing routine. Or maybe it isn't, Mojang seems to do it all the time. Past Owen and Lashana, people also seem to speculate about this season originally having a larger cast including characters like Beth, Brick, Anne-Maria, and Cody. For Beth and Anne-Maria, they were included in one commercial I found naming potential contestants, with Zeek, Izzy, and B as well, actually.
Him, her, him, her, him, her, or this guy, who will be a total drama all-star this fall on Cartoon Network.
I'm genuinely starting to wonder if this commercial is where a lot of the rumors came from. This in an early trailer that gave us glimpses of even more characters like Justin, Harold, and even Noah.
Find out who will be the ultimate camper on Total Drama All-Stars!
The plot is thickening. It's worth noting that none of these commercials actually show footage from the finished season. It's all old clips. And that makes me think that the characters shown here may have not been shown to be an explicit confirmation. They just needed some fun B-roll. Either that, or they wanted to tease fans of what characters potentially might make it in. But I gotta say, that's a stupid idea. A really, really stupid idea. No offense. A little bit of offense. You want to know why that's a stupid idea? Because this season aired over a decade ago, and people are still complaining about the characters hinted at that didn't make it in. Imagine the first Super Smash Bros. Brawl trailer shoved characters like Mewtwo and Roy in our faces and then just didn't include them in the game. It just seems unwise to do something like that. Once again though, this is all just speculation. I need you to understand that. Cartoon Network, Cake Entertainment, and Fresh TV are all separate companies pulling things in different directions, and it's difficult to make sense of it all sometimes for both us and the people directly involved as well. It seems to me that a lot of the theories about All-Stars being originally 26 episodes and stuff seem to be based on very little. I'm not saying it isn't true, but the facts that we do have are very few in number, and a lot of what I found in my digging seems to be mostly speculation. Which is fine, just remember, it's speculation. I mean, I love the Total Drama community. You guys rock. But, like all groups of people with a common interest, sometimes one person's hypothesis gets parroted around enough that people eventually start believing it as fact. We've all seen an offhand comment turn into a major rumor and then become treated as confirmed truth in the community just through a long game of telephone.
Like and subscribe right now, or I will literally die. My boss will literally murder me if this video does not get 10,000 likes. Total Drama is a TV show. Here are the top 10 Total Drama facts that you didn't know. Did you know that Ezekiel was supposed to win Total Drama All-Stars? It's true! In the original script of the show, Ezekiel was supposed to become normal again. Then, Ezekiel was supposed to win the season in a final battle with Eva, but the writers of the show decided not to because Peter Oldring couldn't finish his voice sessions in time. So they wrote Ezekiel out and replaced him with Mike last minute. Because that is absolutely how animation is produced. Thanks for watching. Also, use the promo code in the description to get 2% off this VPN's 5-year plan that's blocked by literally every major streaming service. But it's in my contract to talk about changing your location on streaming services anyway.
I think it's pretty safe to say that All-Stars lives in infamy. Even on Wikipedia, they talk about it having mixed to negative reviews, which is kind of funny. They even bring up the character derailment, in quotes though, because our stupid cartoon fan discussion words aren't good enough for Wikipedia's editing standards or something. The level of dissatisfaction for this season is literally so high that there is a rich fan culture of rewriting it. Tons of fans have imagined their own versions of the season because it was such wasted potential in the eyes of so many people.
I think on some level, All-Star's reputation precedes it. It's so infamous in these circles that I think there's sometimes a culture of criticizing it for things that other seasons are just as guilty of, but acting as if otherwise. A lot of people told me they were excited to see me tear this season to pieces. Just rip it up, make it bleed, curb stomp that television season. And I think there's a catharsis in really digging in, but I don't want to let the joy of talking smack about a TV show that bothered me get in the way of being honest to myself and to you guys about what I honestly feel. Although it can be fun to just go angry gamer mode in these videos, I want to try to at least be, you know, a little bit nuanced. You know, like a tiny bit, just a little bit, just a smidge. Not too much though, but still, an amount. It's easy to say this season sucks, and everything about it sucks, and there's no redeeming qualities, and everyone who worked on it did a horrible job. And I'll admit, sometimes it's cathartic to make blanket statements like that. But I think after 4 decently good to fantastic seasons, I want to give this show the benefit of the doubt. I think it deserves a fair, reserved look with nuance. Yeah, nuance. I'll try. So yeah, brace yourselves. One of the most infamous seasons of Total Drama, or half seasons, whatever. Total Drama All-Stars, Episode 1. Let's go.
The first episode starts off with Chef walking through what appears to be a prison, in a not-so-subtle homage to the Silence of the Lambs. He arrives at Chris's cell, only to find that Chris has gotten a little bit too used to life behind bars. Or, well, in his case, prison glass. He has basically resorted to pretending the bugs crawling through his cell are contestants in his own reality show, and at this point has no desire to leave.
Well, well, well. Look who finally came to visit me after a whole year.
Come on. You finished your sentence for dumping toxic waste.
Whatever. Think I'll stay right here. Got everything I need, including Chef 2.0. I made him from a cashew.
I mean, hindsight being 2020, Chris may have had a point. Honestly, the cashew chef and stink bug Duncan sound a lot more interesting and entertaining than anything they're cooking up this season. They definitely have a lot more personality. Ha! Take that, Total Drama ass shark! Owned! Chef bears the news that Total Drama has been greenlit for another season, and Chris has an immediate change of heart, which sort of implies that there is nothing waiting for him outside of prison that he sees is worth returning to other than Total Drama. Ouch. It's kind of sad. I feel bad for him.
Today's challenge is to find a reason to keep going.
Oh, nice, the new theme song. What the hell?
Yeah, so they cut down the theme song to what was basically just the bridge of the original, which to me is insane. Absolutely insane. Imagine you're me in 2013. You've sat down and watched the premiere of Total Drama All-Stars, the much anticipated follow-up to a season you disliked. You feel like the show is compromised on a lot of the things that made it special, and the first thing you see in this all-new season is a cut-down theme song. Like, what is this? Total Drama downsizing? It's a heck of a first impression, and by heck of a first impression, I mean a bad first impression. Forgive me while I complain about this for a couple of minutes.
It was a huge disappointment to me as a kid, and even now, I can't help but be a little bit depressed when I see this theme song play. Because I love Total Drama's theme songs, and up until this point, they were just constant bangers. And now, it's like 20 seconds.
It's also just incredibly awkward to cut out the first two verses of the song and start off at what is basically the most obvious bridge ever. Like, who starts a song with wordless na 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 lyrics? Other than My Chemical Romance. I don't even think people like that song that much. This is the TV show theme song equivalent of cutting down a song like Hot and Cold to the someone call the doctor, got a case of a love bipolar part, or for you old heads, it's like starting off Here Comes the Sun on the sun, 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 here it comes part. A bridge like that just sounds weird without the main verse. It doesn't work. It doesn't help that the visual direction is also a pretty clear downgrade from the previous seasons. Up until this point, the theme songs were super creative and fun to watch in terms of their camera work and aesthetics. They gave the season's respective settings a real presence, as we saw the whole cast all up to some goofy antics all over the place. I also especially loved how inventive they were in recreating elements from previous incarnations. No one talks a lot about how ingenious it was to basically recreate the opening traveling drone shot to the TDI theme song in Total Drama Action, basically just replacing the iconic Wawanakwa cliff with a gigantic movie prop. It's cinema, folks. Comparatively, the All-Stars theme song footage starts off with a run-through of a cleaned-up Wawanakwa, which, okay, that's fine, an underwater shot that's decent enough, and then they just kind of rein it in with everyone else in the cast just going at each other with jousting stick things. What are those even called? They just look like giant Q-tips. It's just not that interesting. It doesn't communicate anything about the season's setting as a whole, and it also doesn't foreshadow that much about the character arcs that the others do, with the possible exception of Courtney, Gwen, and Duncan. Kinda. Sorta. Honestly, not really. I have to give credit to the following seasons, to be honest. Although Pockettail kept the same awkward 20-second cut, they at least made a lot more of an effort to diversify the visuals and cram more content where they could. And the reboot, despite its weird Zoomer Alpha Riz Bussin' lyrics, did something similar. In comparison, All-Stars theme song is just underachieving. I'm sorry.
I feel like I owe Fresh TV some plausible deniability here, though. I'm gonna have to turn off Switchy Hater mode for a second, because I don't think this is Fresh TV's fault.
I've heard people say before that the 20-second restriction is something imposed by Cartoon Network, and at face value, it seems pretty plausible. I mean, there was a huge trend around this time of theme songs getting shorter and shorter, especially on the channel. The big three at this time were probably Gumball, Regular Show, and Adventure Time, all of which had very short theme songs. Well, kinda. Gumball actually had a visually stunning theme song that aired outside of the US, but they cut it down almost entirely over here.
I'll never get over the shortened Gumball theme song, by the way. I was mad about it in 2010, I was mad about it in 2020, and I'm mad about it today. I'll be mad about it forever.
I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in the business of television broadcasting, but I do know that both Julie Giles and Terry McGuiran have said that they prefer the longer opening sequences, and it seems to be a decision made on behalf of the network and not the production company. It also appears that the amount of episodes per season is also out of Fresh TV's control. The plot thickens. I usually try to avoid needlessly laying blame on Cartoon Network, but it seems like they're at fault here. Maybe because of the audience retention, maybe because they wanted more ad space, I don't know.
Anyway, the point is it sucks, and I'm sad about it, but it almost certainly wasn't something that people making the show had control over. And I think they learned from their mistakes here and made better use of time in the following theme songs, so there's no real reason to be angry about it, unless you're a professional internet complainer like me. Anyway, I'm like 1,100 words in this episode review so far, and I've covered like what equates to 1 minute and 15 seconds of runtime, so maybe I should talk about things like the plot and writing, or something like a normal person.
Welcome to Total Drama All-Stars. After my involuntary year-long vacation, I really need to be in a familiar environment, surrounded by the people I love. To hurt.
Chris introduces the new contestants pretty quickly by having Chef drop them from a helicopter into the lake, and they all say their little one-liners. He starts off with a revenge cast and then moves on to the original cast.
From our original cast, cranky know-it-all CIT, Courtney!
This is not in my contract!
Oh my god, it's Courtney! Yeah! Woo! Best character in the show! That's my girl! She's a CIT, last president, lead singer of the Anti-Psychotic Crazies! Wow!
Courtney's bestie turned boyfriend stealer, Gwen!
He wasn't her boyfriend at the time!
Wanna know a fun drinking game? Take a shot every single time this show overtly contradicts itself this season. This is Mountain Dew. I'll probably make an exception for small throwaway lines with plausible deniability, but that sure as hell is shot-worthy.
Oh, what am I doing? The moment I finally become friendish with Courtney, I kiss her boyfriend. I kiss her boyfriend. I kiss her boyfriend.
I've heard people kind of try and justify Gwen saying this as her trying to convince herself that because it was clear their whole relationship was sort of on the fritz, it wasn't a big deal. But I really can't see it as a fair thing to infer without taking a big leap. Although, yeah, Duncan was clearly not that into Courtney by the time he got back on the plane and kissed Gwen. He still talked to her like he was dating her, right before walking in on Gwen in the bathroom and kissing her. I think it's clear that they were still quote-unquote official, but I don't know. The show never really has Gwen explain the theoretical logic behind her saying Duncan and Courtney weren't actually dating on screen, so I'm gonna say this is just sloppy writing. Most of the other characters' introductions are pretty one-note, except for when Chris pretends to bring back Ezekiel as a contestant, but then has Alejandro in the drama machine shoot him far away like he's Team Rocket or something. Honestly, feral Ezekiel trying to compete would have been kind of cool now that I think about it. The exposition regarding the new season's rules goes by fast. Chris more or less just tells the campers the island is toxic waste free, the winners of each challenge get to stay in the Chris McClane Spa Hotel, and they're being split into teams of heroes and villains. Which is actually an idea I like. I've seen a lot of people say it's a bad premise and they would have preferred other gimmicks like the two generations going against each other, but I think this was a really cool change of pace, at least in theory. In practice, well, we'll see. The way the teams are split up is pretty self-explanatory, with two major exceptions. Gwen is put on the villains team, and Courtney is put on the heroes team, which is a very obvious mismatch.
What? Why am I on the villains team?
Because you stole my boyfriend and became the new Heather?
Yeah, what she said.
But I've done so many good things. I'm not a villain. I'm nice.
Being bad is cool, and now we're on the same team, so that's good, right?
I guess.
I've heard people complain about this a lot, but to the show's defense, the fact that Courtney and Gwen are put on the wrong teams is very obviously done intentionally, within the show especially. I don't think Chris actually cares that much about Gwen kissing Duncan. I think he just likes messing with her.
Joe points out that the heroes team, known as the Heroic Hamsters, has 7 people while her team has 6, and complains about it to Chris. I mean, it's pretty unfair. With Mike, Zoe, Courtney, and Anthony Fantano, the internet's busiest total drama contestant, it's looking to be pretty stacked.
What?
Chris reluctantly balances it out by adding the drama machine to the villainous vultures. I'm surprised the villains are fine with that, but whatever, it's their fight to fight. Chris tells the contestants that in this season, the challenges will be homages to previous challenges from the show. This one specifically is a mix of the iconic shark dive from episode 2 and the New York baby carriage challenge. The competitors need to dive for keys in the lake and take them to the spa hotel to try and unlock it. The team that unlocks it successfully wins immunity in a night in said hotel. He also doesn't let them change into their swimsuits for some reason. I genuinely don't know why. He says there's no time to change in-universe, but I really don't know why they didn't just make the characters wear their swimsuits. It's a bizarre decision.
I mean, I guess it's not a big deal. I don't want to make it seem like I really need to see these characters in their swimsuits. Like, that's not a big thing to me. I don't mean to give that impression. It just seems like a weird thing to leave out and then bring so much attention to the fact that you left it out.
I should probably make it clear now that so far, I'm pretty underwhelmed by the dialogue, especially the lack of interactions between characters of separate casts. They barely are talking to each other, and when they do, it's just bland. They talk to each other as if they already kind of know each other, and that is some really missed potential right there. I mean, I guess there were some cameos last season, but this is the first time a lot of them were on screen together. You can make a stupidly entertaining episode out of that alone, but they just don't really do anything with it. It seems they're all already on a sort of first name basis. Kinda. Maybe they met at the Total Drama Cast dinner party. All we really get are quick little exposition dumps that don't really take advantage of any chemistry that could be had between any characters. Sam and Sierra talk, but it's literally just touching base with the audience about Sierra getting eliminated last season because she blew up the plane and how her hair is back, which I already know. I guess people coming in for the first time, along with more casual fans, might benefit from it though.
This should go without saying, but why are Sam and Sierra here? Why are they in this cast? Sam never even made it to a merge. And Sierra? What is she going to do without Cody? What kind of arc could they possibly give her?
Heather and Joe bicker a bit, including a decently entertaining line where she calls Joe a newbie. And Gwen interjects them by saying that despite their villainous name, they shouldn't be opposed to working together.
No way is that going to happen. I
don't trust anyone on this team.
I think that went well.
That's a little on the nose. I mean, this is total drama, not an 80s toy cartoon.
Given that it's been a while in-universe since World Tour, the attitudes held by Gwen, Duncan, and Courtney regarding the infamous breakup has changed quite a bit. Gwen seems to feel really guilty about it, a lot more than she was the last time we saw her, and Courtney seems to be really grudging against Gwen, but not in the same kind of over-the-top neurosis way she was in Season 3. She's just giving her the stare of death. She also seems completely overfeeding into Duncan at this point. It's weird to see her so tempered after 2 seasons of being so over the top. It's a little bit refreshing, but weird at the same time. Duncan also seems to be left in the dust now. The beef between them has next to nothing to do with him at this point, and he doesn't really know how to take it.
Wow, I'm really excited to see what this is setting up. There were so many loose ends after World Tour, and I'm thrilled to see what direction the writers will take to resolve the conflict here. They are 3 of the most beloved characters in the show after all.
The campers finally make it to the challenge area, and each team is given a period of time to choose who drives the cart.
I'll drive.
No, I'll drive.
Sure, please. You're the slowest go-kart driver ever.
But I'm also the shopping cart racing circuit champion. No, I'm not. I just said that because...
Gotta respect championship status. Joe drives.
All right, I mean, that's funny.
But Joe, wouldn't you make a better diver since you're so athletic?
Nobody tells me what to do, gothball. And don't even try to kiss me.
What? After 3 seasons of kindness, I'm reduced to evil kisser status? For the last time, Duncan and Courtney were over before he and I started. You can't steal a boyfriend if the boy is free. I kiss her boyfriend. I kiss her boyfriend. Her boyfriend. I kiss her boyfriend.
Not this again.
Courtney volunteers Anthony Fantano to push the cart, and who can blame her? He gets vegan swole. The challenge is pretty straightforward with the sharks and keys and stuff, but there are a few key important moments. Well, important-ish. Joe and Lightning form a pre-merge alliance, but, you know, neither of these characters are known for their integrity. They are the first to make it to the mansion, but since we're not even 13 minutes into the episode, it's obviously not the right key. They make their way back and cross paths with the hero's cart, in front of, like, a really blurry background for some reason. Seriously, how did that happen? Like, was it an animation error or something? Was it a downscaled proxy they put in and forgot to replace? Were they trying to simulate natural camera blur? It's so jarring.
Here comes Joe! How about a kiss for luck?
No time.
Talk about an expired honeymoon phase.
Let's roll!
Listen up, short pants. I'm in charge. Get in my way, and I'll make your life a walking nightmare.
Ha! Trust me, I don't want to be in charge, but feel free to knock yourself out trying.
Really?
No go, it's done.
Way to pick the wrong key, Dud Ken.
Ha! Good one.
Thanks. Wow, someone who finally appreciates my killer zingers.
Fair is fair. That's a fun callback to season 2.
The campers keep making the rounds back and forth to the mansion, until it's Scott's turn to dive for a key. He keeps trying to refuse because he suffers from both physical and psychological trauma after being mauled a couple times last season, and the tussle leads to the robot accidentally being pushed into the lake. The water damage and the shark bites lead the suit to self-destruct, and out comes its prisoner, Alejandro.
Last thing I remember, I was burned to a crisp by the volcano, and Chris sealed me up in that robot suit to heal. It feels so good to be free after all this time. I must thank Scott for his cowardice.
Well, now, that's got me confused. If he literally doesn't remember anything after he got burnt in the lava, was he even conscious over the whole year? Was he able to move within the suit? It seems Chris controlled it remotely, but he also seemed to cozy up to Heather while in the suit. But he was also presumably unconscious, unless something in the explosion gave him amnesia. I think this was a plot point in RoboCop 2. By the way, why does he keep saying it's been a year? He was sealed up at the end of World Tour. Chris's prison sentence lasted a year from the end of Revenge to the beginning of All Stars. Alejandro had to have been in the suit longer than that, at least long enough for Sierra to have grown a good amount of her hair back between World Tour and Revenge. In fact, later in the season, Courtney describes the events of World Tour as having happened quote-unquote years ago. So how long was he actually in the suit?
Do you guys see why I don't take this show's timeline seriously? It's really hard to, because I don't even think the writers do. Also, like, most important question of all, wouldn't he have, like, starved to death in there?
The only actual damage he seems to have suffered is having his legs be asleep, causing him to fall on his face right after landing on the beach.
I was stuck in that robot suit for a year. My legs are so asleep. It's like they're in a coma. Wakey, wakey.
Wakey, wakey? Alejandro would not say wakey, wakey. Come on, guys. Also, I gotta say, because although I can deal with it now, I remember being so mad about Alejandro's new voice actor as a kid. I was just furious, because that's what 12-year-olds do. They get angry about stupid bullshit. Nowadays, I can deal with it, even though I feel like Alex House's version of the voice is a little bit too juvenile sounding. Though maybe my calling it juvenile might stem from him saying wakey, wakey.
That's not what fucking Alejandro would say. What the fuck?
He otherwise gets pretty close, but he definitely doesn't match the more mature confidence that Marco Grazzini voiced the character with. Alejandro ends up picking the correct key and unlocking the spa hotel, meaning the vultures win and the hamsters have to vote someone off. We fade over to the elimination ceremony, and it's pretty similar to how it used to be, except now the winning team gets to observe the ceremony from a goofy-looking peanut gallery that looks nothing like the rest of the Survivor-esque campfire setting. It looks like they bought it at IKEA.
They just keep whittling away at the whole summer camp atmosphere in this place. It's kind of a shame.
Hey, even though I technically didn't do anything wrong, I'm sorry about the way the whole Duncan thing went down.
Actually, that's not like a blatant factual error. You can just argue it's an ethically dubious opinion. I'll let it slide.
Yeah, here, I picked these just for you. Achoo! Oh no, you're allergic?
Told you you're a villain.
Aw, come on, Courtney. She didn't mean it. Can't you guys be friends again? Please? Before the voting commences, Chris also asks one of the winning team members to exile themselves to Boney Island for the night. It sounds like a bad deal, but one of the McClane invincibility statues is hidden there, so it can be seen as a fair trade. The contestants vote for whom to eliminate, and it's a big, thrilling mystery. Or, at least that's what I'd say if the entire elimination order hadn't accidentally been leaked a few weeks before the season came out.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
And tonight's lucky loser is the internet's busiest music nerd, Anthony Fantano, which I gotta say is a huge shame. I guess he didn't push the card as well as he could have, but like, of all the characters to boot first, they booted Anthony Fantano? I mean, gosh, I think it would have been my choice to win this season. And I remember not being alone in thinking that. It seemed like everyone wanted him to be a major player. After almost making it to the end in Season 2,
and being one of the last of Team Victory in Season 3.
I just feel like it was his time. I definitely think he counts more as an all-star than Sam and Sierra. He's been in the music reviewing game for almost 15 years.
I'm sticking to this gag, by the way. I don't care how much people hate it.
This season's elimination method is the flush of shame.
The sound of a toilet flushing.
Maybe this bothers me more than it should. I don't know. It's just my biggest flaw with Total Drama in the early 10s as a whole. Sacrificing characters, environments, and concepts for gags that aren't even that funny. I was not laughing at a giant toilet when I was the age of this show's target audience, and I'm certainly not laughing now. Just give me the boat of losers. Please. Even the worst boat of losers scene is better than the best flush of shame scene.
We're literally treating our contestants like shit.
To be fair though, and this is kind of a silver lining, this season's bonus clips are actually like pretty fun.
I won't talk about each and every one, but what happens with each character's elimination is that they wash up somewhere in the world after being flushed through some global plumbing superhighway or something. In Anthony Fantano's case, he shows up in the New York sewer from World Tour and gets chased away by the Kratos alligator. It's enjoyable to see a lot of these callbacks to World Tour because, as you all know, I like World Tour a lot. If nothing else, it's easily the best thing to come out of the flush of shame as a concept. All in all, this episode was alright enough. It's definitely not the best start, but my biggest complaint is that it's just kind of bland. So far, none of the writing has been particularly interesting, which is crazy when you think about it, given how many historically great characters are on both of these teams. You would think they'd have a lot to work with, especially since this is the first time a lot of these characters are competing together. But,
This isn't really a point I can make through my classic funny faces and what the heck comments, but I remember watching this season for the first time and being so excited to hear the Gen 1 characters talk again, and just being unimpressed with their lines. So far, they're just unremarkable.
I've heard people call them flanderized, but I feel like that's not the best term to describe them. Flanderized implies some extremity in their character, and I don't think that applies in this episode save for Anthony Fantano. Anthony Fantano is just a lot worse here than he used to be. I get that his main character trait historically is his lacking intelligence, but he's portrayed as not just dumb here, but also just excessively underachieving and lazy. It's unfortunate. There's literally a line in the episode where he forgets what pushing is, like the action of pushing. Anthony Fantano is not that stupid.
This bit is gonna be the death of me, I swear. Anyway, episode 2.
Here's a storm a-coming, dagnabbit!
I'm scared. After all these years, he's going to return. Hey, yo, how we gonna stop this goomba? Hush it, mates. Mike is waking up. Huh? What's that? You guys say something?
Alright, well, we'll see where that goes.
The first few minutes of this season's second episode remind me a lot of the first few minutes of last season's second episode. We get a few various low-intensity scenes of the characters getting acquainted with their new environment and playing off of each other, without any real focus on the episode's challenge or anything. It's nice, and it lets the whole environment of Camp Wawanakwa and the spa hotel feel a bit more real. So, enjoy that while it lasts, because the show does not work that muscle as much as I think it should. I miss 26-episode seasons. There are some decently important story points highlighted, like Joe trying to convince the villains to vote for Lightning because of how strong he is, Heather suspecting that Alejandro is faking his legs being asleep, and Sierra being kinda, well, Sierra. This episode's challenge takes inspiration from the Paris challenge in World Tour. The teams have to dig through their respective areas to find pieces of a statue buried under the sand. The first team to put their statue together wins invincibility, and since the villains won last episode, they also get shovels to work with.
That's the whole challenge? Really? This isn't necessarily a problem, but I'm kind of surprised, because this show has pretty much been locked into 2-part challenges since season 2. I wonder why they changed that.
We should divide our area into sections and each dig in one.
No, let's separate the beach into quadrants and each pick a quadrant.
That's exactly what Zoe said.
Then good. We'll use the plan that Zoe and I came up with.
Alright, that's funny.
I'm not super interested in the physical humor in this challenge, especially involving Sam and his blood loss, but the dialogue is actually pretty alright. The banter between the villains actually manages to land here and there. I mean, it's no Team Amazon, but the villains clash in fun ways. I especially like Heather and Joe being at each other's throats as they vie for control over the team. I kinda wish they said meaner things to each other, but it's still pretty good.
Strategy, people! Strategy! We should start from one end and dig to the other one in a straight line.
And what if the pieces are all at the far end? Huh? We need 2 lines that push in towards the center. Right, guys?
Ain't nobody telling Lightning where to dig. I'm my own man.
After being on the receiving end of one too many booby traps, Cameron finds a hat that he can use to summon Manitoba, and it works wonders. And other than a little bit of playful flirting with Zoe, it appears Mike's alters have a lot more respect for each other than they used to, which is nice to see. Scott covertly sneaks over the border and digs up one of the hero's statue pieces and buries it within his territory to sabotage them, but Manitoba catches on and confronts him. Scott accidentally then sets off a booby trap, and in the shock he spins around and hits Manitoba in the head with a shovel. Ouch.
Mike? Mike!
Go with the fishing. Hey, yo, it's go fish, not fishing.
Oh, that can't be good.
Hi, do you feel that? The malevolent one, he's coming.
Psst, nothing personal, kid.
Mike wakes up not long after getting hit, and despite what you saw with the whole painting just now, it seems that it's still him in control. Only him, actually, because he tries to summon Manitoba and fails. We'll see how that unfolds later. Heather feels momentary guilt for her skepticism when she sees Alejandro get pinched in the foot by a crab and not react to it all, leading her to believe that his sleeping legs are actually the real deal. But he actually did feel the crab and is just really, really good at faking it. Yeah, he's faking his leg numbness to mess with Heather, I guess. It's quite the elaborate ruse, especially when he must have come up with it in seconds after the robot exploded. Well, I guess you could also argue that they may have been asleep initially, but he decided to keep pretending he couldn't walk as a ploy to garner sympathy. This is a nitpick, but there's something that just kind of bothers me about Al doing a handstand. Maybe it's just too visually distracting for me, maybe it's something else, I don't know. It just grinds my gears a little bit. Both teams finish up finding their pieces and make their way to the platforms, and Alejandro accidentally reveals that he can actually feel his legs by turning himself into an incline for the others to walk up. Maybe I'm wrong, it's not like I have experience being a human ramp and having like 5 people take turns walking on me, but I think I would need to have control over my legs to push them out and maintain a firm structure like he does here, especially on a soft surface like sand. His arms could not do that alone, just saying. It's revealed that both teams miscounted and are actually 1 piece short of their final statues, so they have to find the last one before winning. Zoe and Mike find the Statue of Liberty's torch and win the challenge because Zoe just freaking Kobe's it and it lands perfectly. There's gotta be magnets or something in those pieces. It's not like they were even in that much of a rush, as Lightning accidentally toppled over the Big Ben statue. She's just flexing. The hamsters win the challenge, and Sam volunteers to go on Boney Island because he's just been dead weight this episode. At some points, literally. I kinda wish he didn't though, because he's just been getting the short end of the stick so far this season. And spoiler alert, it's not going to end here. Sam is going to go through hell. Right before transitioning to the elimination, Gwen tries to talk to Courtney and accidentally gets her covered in garbage from a booby trap. And everyone thinks she's doing it intentionally.
I hope you like that gag, because it's going to be here for a while.
Lightning, you're on the chopping block for your crummy math skills and incessant bicep kissing. And Joe, you're on the block for your annoyingly pushy campaign to send Lightning home.
You did what?
Oh, I love that smug face. You know, to be honest, in a season full of legacy characters that let me down in terms of how they're written, Joe and Lightning have not disappointed me yet. I mean, Lightning is still leaving really early, but given how the season goes, being decently funny for like 2 episodes and then getting booted is honestly a blessing in disguise. Also, bonus clip. Lightning washes up in France, sort of implying that the total drama flush of shame pipes go through the entire Atlantic Ocean somehow. It's actually a cute scene, as in typical Lightning fashion, he has no idea where he is. A mime tries to tell him to swim away for his own safety, but once again, in typical Lightning fashion, he makes it about his muscles and then gets run over by a swan boat occupied by Blaney and Bruno. I love how I'm just saying Bruno like all of you people immediately know whom I'm talking about. It's the bear Bridget nursed back to health in season 3. The one who started chewing on Blaney when she was completely wrapped up after falling from the World Tour plane. He's back, I guess. The show is kinda weird. Episode 3 starts out the night after the previous challenge with the villains trying to get used to the not-so-comfortable cabins after having stayed in the spa hotel. It's nice to see a bit of banter, although it's reminding me a lot of one of the things that's been irking me so far this season. These villainous characters are just not that mean to each other. I mean, I get that they're teammates and they don't want to get on each other's bad sides, but the dialogue is just consistently underwhelming. An argument between Heather, Joe, and Gwen should in theory be TV gold. These are 3 of the most entertaining characters in the show's history, at least in my opinion. Meanwhile, the result is just kinda, eh. Also, why is Joe in her bed with her hoodie and sneakers while Heather and Gwen are in their pajamas? Did they just not have a design for Joe in sleepwear?
There you go, Cody Bear. All tucked in. Today was a great day. I made some new friends, and I helped win our first challenge. Oh, you'd be so proud. Sweet dreams.
Oh, she killed him. He's definitely dead.
Overnight, a shadowy mic-shaped figure emerges from behind Cameron's bed and makes his way towards Sam's bed. For those of you just joining us, Sam is over on Boney Island being this season's pain magnet. The figure, now revealed to be a new personality of Mike's, breaks Sam's game guy. Oh no, he won't be able to play Super Plumber Siblings anymore.
I've never seen eggs so perfectly hard-boiled. The odds are 10 trillion to 1.
Maple? Bacon? Let's never lose again!
It's not all perfect. Hey, Butler, I've got a problem. This juice is at least 5% too pulpy.
It says with pulp.
You like it with pulp?
Not this much. I like the one that says some pulp.
As the competitors walk towards the challenge, pretty much all of the villains start trying to make moves on Gwen. She's well aware of their intentions, but is happy to finally have some bargaining power in the game.
Courtney's glaring at me again. Can't you make her stop?
Love to, but right now I'm blanking her like she's blanking me, so no can do. But let me know if you catch her looking my way.
You have to wonder what the intention behind constantly posturing about how compatible and healthy Gwen and Duncan were as a couple in World Tour, only to completely flip it into both characters being totally jaded with their relationship next time we see them. Gwen more so. Duncan seems to be half and half between trying to beat Courtney at her own game and wanting to rekindle his relationship with Gwen. This episode's challenge is supposed to be a nod to the war movie challenge from season 2, but like, not really. I would say it has a lot more in common with Paintball Deer Hunter, just without the deer outfits in paintball and leeches instead. Honestly, the deer outfits would have made this more interesting.
Guys, I know it's not necessary, but I thought I might as well.
The heroes get a head start to search the forest and find the weaponry, and the stress of waiting gets the villains to bicker with each other. Gwen finds herself admiring how much more willing to collaborate the heroes are.
Now that's teamwork.
Yeah, work together now, crush each other later. Like you and Courtney.
What?
The allergy bouquet, the stink bomb. I love how you insist you want to be friends so she never sees it coming. Talk about evil genius.
But I really didn't do those things on purpose, really.
Sure.
This is a small detail, but I kind of like how over the rivalry between Heather and Gwen is this season. Whether it's intentional or not, it kind of implies their past constantly being at each other's throats. It feels weirdly mature.
Does anyone know where the heart of the forest is exactly? I'll go get a better look.
When did that happen? Did falling into that ravine and breaking her Mike's sobriety chip really turn her into a superhuman gymnast forever? Well, okay then.
Need Dakota. She can carry me around like a game guy.
That makes sense since you are a real-life game guy.
Oh no. Are they doing something here? Please, for the love of all that is good, tell me they're not doing something here.
Sierra and I have a lot in common. We're both super smart, and we can both be a teensy bit socially oblivious sometimes.
Cameron, what are you doing in there?
They're doing it. They're doing it. Why? Why are they doing this? It wasn't even a clever joke!
The villains see the heroes going left and choose to go right and cut them off in front of the higher tech crate, and the plan actually works, so the heroes run and opt to settle for the slingshots.
I'll take the cannon! No, I'll take the cannon!
What is with this episode and having characters constantly speak in unison? This is a new gimmick. The show hasn't historically been written like this, at least not this often.
We use it as a team. Right, Gwen?
Yeah, obviously. That's what I was going to say. Woo! Go team!
You guys can make it less obvious how these characters interact with each other. You know that, right? You could benefit from being a bit more subtle. Please, subtlety.
Of course the villains get machine gun shooters. We'll never beat them with these puny slingshots.
Sure we can. If we're stealthy and score first.
Is this the only way we can convey chemistry or similarity between two characters now? Have them speak in unison? Is that it?
Nerd love. If you kiss in front of me, I will throw up.
Oh, don't worry. We're just friends, right, Sierra?
Huh?
Sierra? Is something wrong?
Nope. Nothing's wrong, Cameron. All good.
I need to rest.
The heroes leave Sam with Courtney in a cave to hide because he's too injured to be able to compete. Sierra and the friendship core of Mike, Zoe, and Cam talk strategy, and Mike tries to summon Svetlana for the challenge, but once again isn't able to do so. It appears he has lost contact with all of his alters, which to him is really scary. The heroes open fire on the villains, and despite their mere slingshots, knock out 2 of them, and Scott ends up getting knocked out as well when Joe accidentally hits him with the cannon. Gwen and Duncan move forward to return fire.
Just pretend Mike is Courtney and you'll clobber him in no time.
Wait, do you think I've been attacking Courtney on purpose too?
Pretty much, yeah.
You really think I could be that vengeful? You don't know me at all.
All that breakup drama and world tour only for the couple to come out of it with all their chemistry washed away like sodium chloride in water.
Nerd! Nerd!
The villains lock into a point, but the heroes still lead by 3!
Angle 47 degrees, allowing for minimal wind resistance.
Duncan!
They're really not that decisive on whether Duncan even still likes Gwen or not. The intimacy is interrupted by Gwen getting hit by a leech, and we cut to Jo on her own approaching the cave. While she inches in, Chris says on the intercom that she's the last villain standing.
Some team. I'm stronger than Old Heather, Alahand Walker, Count Gwenula, Stunkin, and Sharkbait combined. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to dump lightning so fast.
I told you you'd regret it. Ha! I win. So woo!
What the?
He left a pre-recorded message, just in case.
Alright, fair is fair. I like when the show does bits like that.
That being said, this confessional is a perfect example of the point I was making earlier about the villains not being as mean as they used to be. None of these nicknames and insults really pack that much of a punch. Jo has been beefing with Heather this whole season so far, and the best she can call her is Old Heather, and Duncan is Stunkin. It's just really underwhelming. The hostility in this season is almost always, I'm good and you're bad, and the characters barely ever dig at each other's traits in specific ways. Count Gwenula and Sharkbait are okay, but not particularly biting. The one insult I kind of like in this episode is Jo calling Zoe apology breath. Not because it's particularly savage, but more so because it's at least novel and creative. I hate to do the whole look at season 1 bit, but come on, look at season 1. I don't know why they were so much more lax back then, but some of the shit Heather said to other characters was just nasty. Stuff that I fear saying out loud because people might take that as me giving it a quasi-endorsement. Even season 2 had a few kinda effed up lines. Maybe it was because they were still writing for Teletoon primarily back then, I don't know, but the dialogue since season 4 feels a lot more sanitized. It's a shame. This show used to have me like Senor Chang in the lunchroom.
Easy on the chips. You don't want to sink that surfboard of yours, do you?
Well, the guy's got his limits. Mine's about 300.
Damn, that just made me snuff, yo.
Jo finds Sam in the cave, but almost gets hit by Courtney. She returns fire and Courtney hides behind Sam for cover, which, using another person as cover is one thing, but honestly, she probably would have been better off just using the rocks, which were much larger and more stable.
Part of me wants to say this is out of character for her, but to be honest, this had been pretty in character for 4 years when this episode had come out.
Zoe shoots in Jo's direction before she has the chance to eliminate Courtney, and Jo tries to shoot back, but unfortunately her gun gets jammed. She instead throws the cartridge in Zoe's direction, but Zoe does the whole Matrix thing and catches one of the leeches and shoots back. She just has superpowers now. I gotta get my own mic sobriety chip and break it. I would probably be able to make videos 3 times as fast after doing that. The villains head to elimination, and the heroes in the IKEA peanut gallery find out about Sam's broken game guy. Mike freaks out in the confessional, not really knowing what exactly is happening to him.
Who do you think's going home? My money's on Joe.
Unless she can convince them
To cut Heather! Oh, Cody, we really do think alike.
Yeah, except I'm Cameron, not Cody.
Oh, Cody, don't be silly. Who wants a foot rub? Ah!
Stop doing that! Stop it! Please, just stop! Please!
I saw season 3. I know what Cody went through with Sierra, and no way do I want to be Cody number 2.
You're not the only one, Cameron. I don't want you to be Cody number 2 either. Season 3 Sierra wouldn't do this. You can't just be any pathetic, short, skinny guy for Season 3 Sierra. There was only room in her heart for one man.
In order to avoid Sierra, Cam volunteers for exile and Chris finally passes out the marshmallows. And tonight's not-so-lucky loser is Joe, probably because Friendly Fire was enabled. And honestly, for what it's worth, like Lightning, she was fine while she lasted this season. I wish I could say the same for, most of the other characters. In an added twist, Chris also announces a team swap between Courtney and Duncan, because Duncan acted heroic by taking a shot for Gwen, and Courtney acted villainous by using Sam as a human shield.
At least now you have to stop blanking me and admit I exist.
Yeah, you exist. So what?
It's genuinely so weird seeing them in the same frame this season. That doesn't happen much.
The episode closes off with Gwen trying to introduce Courtney to the villains team, but she accidentally kicks a pail of leeches in her direction and everyone once again thinks she did it intentionally. It's kind of sad to see one of the most divisive character dramas in the show's history being reduced to little more than a sitcom-y running gag, but well, that's sort of Season 5's MO. Rainy skies mark the beginning of Episode 4, as Chef kicks open the cabin doors and serves the vultures a breakfast of powdered gruel.
Hey, didn't these characters have, like, a building where they would eat? Like, a dining cabin? Like, right there? Do they even go there this season?
You gonna finish your gruel?
What? No! Gross! Help yourself.
You clean up real nice.
What the hell?
Surprise!
Welcome to the hero team, Duncan!
Woohoo!
I'm sorry, maybe this is a nitpick, but they are way too on the nose with the hero and villain thing in this season, at least for my tastes. Sierra runs off to take a picture and she comes back distraught at her broken cell phone. It's revealed that Mike's mysterious alternate personality broke it overnight, after seemingly materializing in and out of existence. What is he, SCP-173?
It's okay, Sierra.
It's not okay. It's no K. It had my top 500 Cody pics on it.
Just picture him in your mind then.
Okay, Cody's.
I really don't get the point of bringing Sierra in this season without Cody. I mean, I guess you could theoretically flesh her out past her obsession with Cody, but they don't. It's the entirety of how she's defined, perhaps even more so than Season 3.
This is the worst. I only came back to Total Drama to make things better with Courtney. But now she hates me more than ever.
She came back for me? Yeah, right. She probably knew I'd overhear. But how?
This is another nitpick, but I don't know why it shows Gwen in the confessional at night, only for Courtney to be shown listening in during the day, and then she's in the confessional during the day. It was probably just a small oversight. The rain clears up and Chris tells the campers over the intercom to go to the beach for the challenge, and then they all show up, not at the beach, for some reason.
Take a shot. It's not a big deal, but I'm trying to party.
Cam shows up after a night in Boney Island completely unharmed but smelling terrible because he apparently covered himself in bear pee to avoid being targeted by any other animals, as if the bears are the scariest thing on Boney Island. This episode's challenge is what I can only describe as ROTI core. The campers need to take turns eating as much as they can from a stack of giant pancakes, and then go through the giant butts obstacle course from last season, and then get spun around in a Gravitron-like ride. Originally, the salad spinner was something the crew meant to leave out, but because Scott said the challenge looked easy, Chris decided to throw it in.
Nice one, Scott. And yes, I I was being sarcastic. What? What?
You're pretty when you're mad.
Barf?
Isn't this like the second time they ever talk to each other? Can we like spread this out a little bit, please?
If a competitor throws up at any point in the challenge, they're benched. But if they swallow it instead of vomiting, they can go back in line.
Remember when the challenges in this show were like hide and seek? It's very different now.
The challenge commences and, my gosh, it's just not interesting to me. Full stop. I usually try not to make a habit of highlighting jokes and gags that I don't find funny, because for one, humor is incredibly subjective, and two, showing you guys a gag and then being like, this isn't funny, doesn't usually make for very appealing content, but I have to make it known how little I'm laughing when watching this challenge. It's a lot like the obstacle course challenge from last season, in that the personnel behind this show almost seems certain that this is like the funniest it can get. You can see it all over Chris's narration, where he has a zinger for pretty much every single bit of slapstick that takes place, and if he doesn't have a zinger, he's just laughing uncontrollably. Almost like he's the laugh track the show wished it could have. Because apparently, Cam falling down a tree is just peak entertainment value. That's the ratings. That's what we all came for. That and Brick getting hit by a cannonball. According to Chris McClain, at least. The constant riffing gets old. This show really wants you to be laughing your ass off at this slapstick, and I'm just poker facing the whole time. And some of you might argue it's because I'm too old, and maybe that's true, but even when I was 12 watching this, it did nothing for me. There are so many scattered lines in this season that imply the only thing fans want to see is these characters getting hurt, and I'm sitting here with no real reaction like, not really. I like some of these characters.
Dirt for brains, you're next.
The gruel's giving me lead gut. I forgot that's what you get when you eat too much of the good stuff.
Stop whining and get to chowing, or whatever your people say.
Well, when you put it like that.
And stop smiling at me!
I think the weirdest thing about this right now is that I kind of don't hate it. I'm like entertained by this.
Something kind of interesting about this episode to me is how little vomit there actually is here. I mean, there is occasional vomit, but it's less than you might expect, especially when you compare it to season 1 where they would just go ham. I suspect Cartoon Network's increased involvement in the production of this show probably led them to tune down all the visible vomit. Or, well, maybe the writers and animators just got tired of making scenes where everyone puked on each other, which actually is pretty valid. At least the puke here is actual puke colored and not rainbow colored like it is in the reboot. The freaking woke mob took away our total drama vomit. Not cool, man.
Green jelly! Ah! Get it off me! Get it off me!
Why is she freaking out so much?
Season 1, Phobia Factor Challenge. She's terrified of that stuff.
Come on, Cam. You of all people should know that. You're like one of 4 characters who actually talks about having seen the show. Poser. The villains teeter towards victory until Sam finally starts eating and eats so many pancakes that he undoes their advantage. He ate this challenge. Literally. Apparently, Sam really likes eating and can do it in comically large amounts. Like a certain other character whom some fans theorize he replaced in the show's script. A character that should honestly be competing in this season and is far more deserving of the All-Star title. You know. Sam and Alejandro both get attacked by bugs that were hidden in their respective pancakes. Someone really needs to get this poor gamer some bug spray. They finish their pancakes and make a dash to the finish line.
I'm coming for you, game child!
It's not game child, it's game man!
Sam and Al make it to the salad spinner at the same time, and Sam is the first to crawl out, only for Alejandro to catch him wedgie style to keep him from winning. Luckily for Sam, one of the bees that he was stung by flies out and stings Alejandro, which makes him drop Sam and lose the game. I don't know why Alejandro looks completely fine right after being crawled on by at least dozens of red ants, but okay. The villains sit down at the elimination ceremony, and Chris tells them he has a surprising announcement.
Listen up, campers, because I have a shocking announcement to make. Gwen didn't accidentally, on purpose, serve Courtney an ouchie today.
The day's not over yet.
Oh, and after reviewing the footage of today's challenge and laughing a lot, turns out the heroes didn't, in fact, complete the challenge.
But Sam finished the pancake and the obstacle course first.
Sam, will you stand up and turn out your pockets, please?
Ew, now his pockets are all sticky and syrupy. That's gonna take forever to wash out. I can excuse covering yourself in animal pee, but I draw the line at putting sticky food in your pocket. You can excuse covering yourself in animal pee? Chris announces that the heroes forfeit because of it, and Courtney and Scott hug each other, then realize what they just did and get flustered. Which, shoot, that's like third base in the world of total drama dating. They've established a whole romance arc after like 3 or 4 interactions.
Do you guys see why I think this show tends to be better with 26 episode seasons?
Anyway, Sam gets voted out, but he fortunately has a good attitude about it, given that he knows it was his fault. And if there's anything out there that makes me believe the whole Sam replaced Owen theory, it's the bit where he's flushed away and gets stuck on the way down. That just screams Owen. I'm sorry. I don't know if the theory is true, and there wasn't as much evidence of the whole thing as I remembered, but this specifically has Owen written all over it. The bonus clip is cute enough. It has Sam being dumped in an unnamed sewer where he sees a bunch of nondescript generic turtle characters and jumps over them while imagining a non-specific video game environment that in no way infringes on any copyrighted material or registered trademark whatsoever.
I put in a call from the McDaniels payphone while you guys were getting that 9-piece chicken McFingers and those Diet Conks and those fresh fries.
Oh, come on, they don't own French fries.
Anyway, we're 4 episodes in, and so far, it's been okay enough. There are a few character arcs that have been getting on my nerves, and I feel like a lot of the dialogue is oversimplified, but I don't hate this really. Taking out all my opinions about how the season could have gone, I think it's not particularly great, but not awful either. The only thing that's made me really unhappy so far is Gwen saying Courtney and Duncan weren't dating when she kissed him, and the Sierra Cameron thing. By all accounts, I am not enjoying Sierra and Cameron's relationship. There are even things I feel like I should hate, but don't. But yeah, I mean, we're not even a third of the way in, but so far I'm... So far I'm just unimpressed, but not angry.
The next episode opens up with the heroes eating their allocated chef slop of the evening and not enjoying it at all. Cameron makes a bit of conversation about the topic until he randomly slips over and is helped up by Mike.
I can't believe what I just saw. Or have just seen. No, saw.
I don't know what test is.
Either way, I can't believe it. Why would Mike do that to Cameron? They're friends. Did Mike break Sam's game guide too? And Sierra's smartphone? But why?
Wow, it looks like Zoe has already figured it out. I'm looking forward to her acting on this and resolving Mike's constant strange behavior instead of not doing anything about it for the whole season.
Without my phone, do I even exist? And if I can't talk to him, does Cody exist?
If I don't have my computer, do my oomphs exist?
Also, didn't Sierra literally fix her phone last episode? Like, we saw it in a confessional all taped together. I'm sorry, but take a shot for all those who participate.
Heather and Alejandro enjoy dinner alone in the mansion together, and Heather habitually starts talking shit. Surprisingly, Alejandro just rolls his eyes and hand walks away. Heather freaks out about it in the confessional because she thinks his lack of engagement is a sign of disinterest on his part, which gets her nervous. Like, come on, Al. Toxicity's a two-way street. We both need to be awful to each other. Chop chop. Courtney sulks on the second floor balcony of the mansion and remains unable to explain her funk until she sees a bird that looks like Scott. The Scott bird. It helps her realize she misses him while he's being exiled to Boney Island. Chris gathers the campers for a night challenge, while Chef airdrops Scott from a helicopter. Initially, he looks to be in serious pain, until Courtney expresses concern and he shoots up with enthusiasm. Getting bossed around is the best medicine, I suppose.
My only interest in Scott is as an ally. Really. Sure, he's cute, but in a sloppy, rustic sort of way. Like a shack with nice curtains. Or a donkey wearing a wig.
I remember as a kid thinking it was a bit weird seeing the Gen 1 and Gen 2 cast members dating each other. It's a little weird. Kind of senior taking freshman to prom energy.
If you add up the time that should have canonically passed since the first season where the Gen 1s were all canonically 16, they should be like 19 or 20 by now logically. If it's only been a year since Revenge, the Gen 2 cast should all be 17, or at least Cameron should. That being said, at this point I'm pretty set in stone in my belief that this series has kind of a Simpsons time loop thing going where the characters never age, because they have not done a good job at keeping time thus far. The writers can't even seem to figure out how long Alejandro was in the robot suit. And with Owen looking exactly the same in the reboot, despite it being like 15 or 16 years since Island, I feel pretty vindicated in believing that now. I feel like I might have just rustled some feathers. I know some of you all don't play by the canon total drama timeline. The challenge tonight is simple. It's literally just a race through the forest. That's it. Chris says that it's a nod to the buried treasure challenge from last season, but I have no idea how. I guess there's an element of trying to get to a certain place within a certain amount of time, but at this point, that's like half of all total drama challenges. Compared to the first episode, which was a very obvious throwback to previous challenges in the show's history, this is alarmingly straightforward. It's not the end of the world, but yeah.
Mike, why'd you break my glasses?
What? I didn't! Who told you that?
Zoe made me promise not to say she saw you do it. Oops. Sorry, Zoe.
Oh, man. I don't know what's been up with me lately. I haven't been able to summon my other personalities for days. And now I think I might be sleepwalking and breaking things and... Oh, I'm so sorry, Cam.
It's okay, Mike. I forgive you. And I promise I'll help you figure it out, whatever it is.
What keeps this challenge interesting is a strange, peculiar event called the Blue Harvest Moon, which apparently turns all the island's creatures into the opposite of their personalities. So, the big scary creatures turn good, and the sweet innocent creatures turn evil. Hell, even the Scott bird is raising hell. Although, I mean, come on, even the quote-unquote nice creatures have kicked these characters' asses in the past. The Blue Harvest Moon doesn't make any sense, honestly.
A blue harvest moon. How fortuitous.
How does he know what it is already? Like, what? Along with turning all the animals of the island to their opposite nature, the moon seems to awaken Mal to the forefront of Mike's personality. Mike isn't even a creature of this island, let alone a creature, but okay, sure, whatever. You're the boss, Total Drama All-Stars.
Seems that this blue harvest moon has brought me back. Now that I'm in control, I'll torment these peons a little. But first, I have to sound like Mike. Hi, I'm a bug-eyed weirdo, and everybody loves me.
It's a decent impression, I'll give him that.
Since when do gators do that?
This moon is like no other. It must be causing the animals to become their opposite.
Wow, Alejandro, you're so smart.
Excuse me?
Who's a little bougie boo? You are. Yes, you are.
How fortuitous.
The chaos brought upon by the animals causes the heroes to lose control, and Mal takes advantage of the confusion by tricking Cameron into ditching the others with him. Frankly, I know Cameron's socially awkward, but he's being a little too thick here, especially given that he knows Mike broke his glasses earlier. The two of them run off, and Cameron postulates that Mike's head trauma from the second episode may be the cause of his recent weird behavior, and Mike immediately lets go of the stick they were holding together, and Cam goes flying. Cam lands a ways away, immediately assuming it was his own fault, by the way, and gets ambushed by a bunch of killer bunnies. Also, Slenderman. They put Slenderman here for some reason. It's so funny. I had forgotten about this being in the show for years, and when I was reminded of it in the comments of my Iceberg video when it came out, I was convinced it was fake. Especially because there was a similar alleged Slenderman Easter egg on Gravity Falls that turned out to be a fan-made hoax. Wow, imagine that. Total Drama out Easter egged Gravity Falls. That's not something that happens a lot.
2013 was a different time. Slenderman and Total Drama.
Cameron luckily, well, maybe unluckily, is rescued by Sierra, and she wraps him up in a weaved basket for safekeeping and... Mal harasses a bird for a little bit until he's confronted by Duncan. Duncan gets suspicious of him for a bit, and also seems to be convinced that he knows Mike from somewhere, but isn't sure where. And then Mal, while pretending to be Mike, just unleashes the bird on Duncan.
You know, I can forgive Mal having rings under his eyes as a visual indicator to the audience who's in control, especially when he's pretending to be Mike, but so far, he's been too obviously up to something and way too bad of a liar.
In order to compensate for the fact that literally everything Mal does is incredibly suspicious, the writers portray everyone else in the cast as effectively lobotomized, and they will keep doing this for a while. Let's call it a while. The villains make their way towards an abandoned-looking rope bridge, and Gwen refuses to cross, deeming it too dangerous. Despite her personal judgment and the risk of the team splitting in two, the rest of the villains choose to give it a shot.
Come on, guys! Nothing to be afraid of!
Except you.
Maybe someone brave should cross it first and make sure it's safe.
I'll do it. Back home, we have a special way to cross these bridges.
Scott makes it across, but is attacked by a beaver, and the beaver ends up chewing through one of the ropes, and the bridge is left suspended on only one side. Heather, Courtney, and Alejandro inch their way on the rope, and in the process, Heather loses her balance and is captured by Alejandro, proving to her that he actually still cares about her. It was all a ruse. Pure fiction. So we learn here that Heather actually wasn't affected by the Blue Harvest Moon. Because of that, it's safe to infer that humans aren't affected by the lunar mind control beams or whatever. Unless they have dissociative identity disorder, I guess. Then you are affected, I guess. It's weird. Go watch Dan the Man's video about it.
How fortuitous.
Gwen and Duncan, both having been separated from their teams, come across each other after Duncan saves her from a bunch of woodland creatures. And the first thing he does is ask her what Courtney has been saying about him.
Duncan, you know what's most uncool about him? How he's still obsessed with Courtney. That's so uncool, it burns!
You'd think I'd be happy that Duncan suddenly seems to care about Courtney again, but I'm not. I just don't get the point of this. Like, yes, Duncan and Courtney, particularly Season 1 Duncan and Courtney, are my favorite ship in the show, and I think they fumbled the whole thing in World Tour, but I saw the vision.
Like, despite all the ups and downs, I feel like they were making reasonable enough large-scale decisions when it came to setting up their relationship. Duncan and Gwen had always been chummy, so seeing Duncan develop feelings for her, especially when dating a high-strung narcissist who treated him like garbage, made sense narratively. They kind of overdid Gwen having a thing for him, but it was believable enough. So they got together, and World Tour loved telling us how chill and healthier their relationship was, as opposed to Courtney being a nutcase. Look how mutual their respect is. Look at how childish and psychotic Courtney is. Look at it!
Now it's the opposite. Gwen is sick of Duncan, Duncan suddenly cares about Courtney's opinion of him again, and Courtney is, well, bitter, but just not as much.
It's almost a complete 180 from what we had at the end of World Tour, and I just don't get why they would do that. It doesn't make sense to me. They built up this important story relationship only to throw it in the trash of the opening episodes of the following season. Sort of like a certain other total drama power couple.
To be fair, the Gwen breakup was still written worse, because at least this season has a theoretical buffer time for this relationship where dynamics could have changed, while the time between island and action was 2 days, and those 2 days sent Trent off the deep end.
I guess I could buy the built-up friction between the two in theory, but it's quashed a lot by the fact that I don't think the writers' hearts are all in it. Duncan keeps flip-flopping like last episode's pancakes between constantly sacrificing himself for her and then suddenly treating her like a way to make Courtney jealous, and the lack of narrative consistency just makes it frustrating to watch. Anyway, the villains minus Gwen make it first to the finish line but aren't promised the victory until Gwen arrives. Courtney gets angry about it, but her anger is replaced with fear when she gets attacked by a moon-cursed deer. That rhymes. Gwen comes to the rescue just in time though, I don't know from where, given the bridge was cut loose, but whatever, it's a big island.
You saved me.
You'd do the same if our positions were reversed.
Well, of course I would. No, I wouldn't. If our positions were reversed, I'd be one step closer to $1 million, and Gwen would be deer food.
You were so close, Fresh TV. You were so close to a likable character interaction. Just a hair. Just a teeny tiny bit away.
The heroes catch up after Tarzaning over the ravine and the effects of the Blue Harvest Moon wear off, leaving the final moments of the challenge to just be a simple foot race. Sadly for the heroes, the moon curse stopping threw Mike back into control of his body, and the confusion of where he is leads him to lag behind Courtney and Gwen. The villains win and the teams head to the campfire for elimination.
Wish I was on the heroes team.
Aw, cheer up, Gwen. There, that should do it. You think she was watching?
I can't do this anymore. It's over.
What just happened?
That was it? That was the breakup scene? That's how Fresh TV decides to split up one of the most prolific couples with two of the most popular characters in the show. Like, 3 lines of dialogue. You know, I've been trying to keep the cartoonish AVGN rage to a minimum, but seriously, what were they thinking?
I mean, gosh, even with the frankly stupid given circumstances of Trent's breakup with Gwen, at the very least, the show made an effort to let those characters come to peace with the breakup and try and forgive each other. I mean, there were hiccups in the process, but you could sense the intent to at least make the drama be taken seriously. Here though, it's almost comedic how flat this all falls. It's like they forgot to break these two up really late into writing the script and just snuck in a couple lines at the last minute, but in a way that had as little effect on the rest of the episode as possible. And for something like this, which the writers had built up and hinted at since Total Drama Action, it's laughable. Or it would be laughable if these weren't characters that people cared a lot about. It's just, I don't know, man. I'll probably whine about this a lot more later on. Anyway, Cameron volunteers to eliminate himself as a means of avoiding Sierra, but instead, Chris makes him swap to the villain's team, which still has the same effect of providing distance. Thank the heavens. The less Cam Dara, the better. It's a one-to-one relationship. Seeing Cameron with the incest friend group that is the villain's team is weird though, but maybe it'll be interesting. I don't know. Episode 6 opens up with the villains all being jerks to Cameron for no strategic reason. They're just mean. I mean, I get it's Cameron, and some bullies attest that in the presence of a nerd as timid and pathetic as Cameron, the bullying they exhibit can be seen as an involuntary, reflexive action akin to hair-raising in cold environments or closing one's eyes while sneezing. But there's an irony to Heather and Alejandro making fun of him, and then not 10 seconds later complaining that he's bonding with Gwen. You could have been nice, guys, or at least kept your mouths shut to be diplomatic. In response to Cam and Gwen's friendliness, Heather and Alejandro form an alliance within the villains team that's about as feeble and fragile as a piece of waterlogged paper. Neither of them have pure intentions. Just how I like them.
Apple?
Don't mind if I do.
Glad you're starting to trust people. A few days ago, there's no way you would have taken that from me.
I'm surrounded by so much heroic kindness. Wow, I think it's starting to rub off. Is that why Gwen dumped me? Whatever. I'm still bad. Just watch. Oh, come on.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a fun character arc.
This episode's challenge takes everyone to Boney Island. On the island, there is a secluded area called the Fun Zone, which is about as fun as you would expect something Chris McClane would call something fun to be. It's also revealed that despite Chris saying that the invincibility statue was on Boney Island, the whole time it was in the secluded locked up Fun Zone, which means every camper who spent their nights exiled on the island wasted their time. That's tough, to be honest. I don't even get the point of the exile thing being a season-wide arc at this point, but whatever. The Fun Zone appears to be a sanctuary for all the mutant flora and fauna from last season. I guess the toxic waste stuff was too fun for the writers to completely abandon. I can't even blame them. I've warmed up to it a lot these past couple of years. The challenge in this episode is to gather as many mutant eggs as possible and to keep them in their team's respective basket.
First team with 6 eggs in their basket wins.
What if an egg hatches?
As long as you keep whatever hatches in your basket, it counts. And as a special bonus, whoever collects the most eggs for the winning team gets a special reward. So, excited? Huh? Scott!
I found that funny because I'm not a nice person. That's why I laughed. 'Cause I'm not nice.
Thanks, man.
Goshy gosh, poopy face, fuzzy slipper!
Oh, not the Greg Heffley swears. This arc is not looking good.
This season is so all or nothing with its characters and their arcs. It seems that whenever they're trying to get a new arc started, they don't really try and weave it in subtly. It's just, okay, Duncan is calling people raspberry plastic tickle bears now. Courtney and Scott are in love now. Boom, next character arc. Admittedly, this is not a problem exclusive to All Stars. It seems to be a consistent habit in these 13-episode seasons, but I've never liked it because it never feels like much ever develops naturally. I don't know. I also just think this Duncan being good arc is way too on the nose for me to find it enjoyable.
We should look for eggs together.
We're on different teams now.
That doesn't matter. Why would that matter? No, it even doesn't.
I'm not a fan. This character arc brings me no pleasure.
To be fair, most of the other character arcs, even the ones I'm not enjoying the direction of, are either tolerable or not very emphasized in this episode, and the challenge itself is decently creative. Zoe and Mike try to get Larry's egg by stealing his flower to distract him. The plan works until the egg hatches and... Ah, man. Fair enough. That's a good bit.
I can't believe they let that get past the censors.
Funnily enough, I had a few people in the comments of my prison video tell me that I should have included bestiality as a crime, but, like, should I have? After all, Larry is a plant, not an animal, and I don't think Canadian law covers the issue of human-plant sexual relations. I think Chris may have found a bit of a loophole here. Heather takes advantage of Alejandro standing guard to make her way around the field to convince everyone to vote for him. Usually she just tells someone that he's trying to boot them, and it works pretty well. Even though Heather's hard to trust, her saying that to people alerts them that at least something's afoot, I guess.
I don't know how you guys put up with a whole season of these weird monsters.
Hey, whatever doesn't horribly maim and devour you only makes you stronger. Stay close. I got your back.
Why do I like this? Like, how is this fun to watch for me? I don't get it.
Sorry, Wow!
I think what I'm learning today is that it doesn't have to be Duncan. As long as Courtney's being a really bad, high-strung, incompetent girlfriend to someone, then I'm at least decently entertained. It's a winning formula.
Alejandro finds Heather trying to beat the true pacifist ending and chooses not to help. He's generally pretty ruthless, but I don't blame him. It's an unlosable fight. If you die, you literally come back to life because of your determination or whatever. Azriel smacks her off the formation she was standing on, and she comes across the Chris invincibility statue hidden in one of the eggs. I don't know how they did that, but okay. I think Azriel would be able to tell when there's an egg that isn't his. Unless there's a mafia hypothesis thing going on between him and Chris McClane. Heather picks up the idol and... No! Don't do it, Heather! Don't do it!
I can't hold on to the idol. Someone will see it for sure. I'll stash it away for now and go back for it later.
I mean, I guess on some level I get it. Not to sound judgmental over the way a woman dresses, but I really can't think of many places she would put it. You know. You could argue that cartoon characters often have magic pockets where they can keep large objects, and they totally do, but I'm kinda glad they covered the logistics of how she actually had to hide the statue here.
There you are!
Find any eggs, partner?
Actually, I found the invincibility statue. But don't bother picking my pockets. I've hidden it away.
Okay, never mind. Disregard what I said. She's being an idiot. There's literally no benefit whatsoever to gloating, especially when you're right in front of the hidden statue. Come on, Heather.
Don't suppose you'll tell me where.
Ha! Don't you worry your pretty little head. It's safe.
Okay, I won't worry my pretty head.
It's an expression, and I didn't mean it.
Ooh, wait for me in my pretty head.
Zip it!
Duncan brings a small egg to the hero's basket and lies about it coming from a giant, scary mutant monster. In order to humiliate him, Chris plays the footage of him stealing it, which was him trying to convince an adorable little three-eyed bird that he only means to borrow it, and the bird starts crying and he starts crying too. This gag is just too camp and one-dimensional for me. Sorry, especially at this specific point. He literally broke up with Gwen at the end of last episode, and this is what the show's making him do now. Mike and Zoe make their way over to the front with a gigantic nest of eggs that pretty much will seal the entire game for them, while Courtney delivers another egg for the villains.
Make that 5-3 for the villain!
It's okay, Cody won. It's okay, Cody too. Ow!
You know, we should only bring back the sane contestants.
Even Chris regrets putting her in the season. That's telling.
The heroes end up being the first to deliver all the eggs and win the challenge. Before heading back to camp, however, Chris gives the campers a few minutes time to get anything they left on the island. Invincibility statue. Heather goes to retrieve it, but surprise, surprise, it's not there, and naturally she blames Chris. Of course, it has to be Chris.
Of course Chris took my invincibility statue. Who else?
Who else, Heather? Yeah, it's not like you're part of a competition with 8 others to win $1 million, one of them being the individual you explicitly told about finding the statue, who also happens to be the same person you humiliated 2 seasons ago after pushing him down a volcano. It has to be the host with no prize money incentive whatsoever. Duh!
Also, right after Heather's confessional, we see Mike drop a boulder on his head in order to see if that would set his personalities back to normal. It puts Mal in a total control.
Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no.
We're in Mike's brain now. Get used to it. We're gonna be here a lot.
Before the elimination, Gwen sneaks a conversation with Courtney and tells her she wants to rekindle their friendship and offers her her vote as a gesture of goodwill, and Courtney accepts it. Nice!
I've tallied the votes, and tonight's flushie is... Alejandro.
Ha!
Oh, I do not think I'm leaving.
Oh, yeah? Really? Why is that?
I've got diplomatic immunity. Just immunity, Alejandro.
You!
The only vote that wasn't for Alejandro was his vote for Heather, which cements her as tonight's loser. It's an L, but to be honest, she did a good job at pitting everyone against him. He's not acting like he just dodged a bullet, but he did. He really did. Mike, now under the control of Mal, volunteers to go to Boney Island and whistles in the Hall of the Mount King, which finally jogs Duncan's memory about who he is.
Oh man, I knew Mike seemed familiar. When I was a lowly punk in juvie, he was running the place. But back then, his name was Mal. And he is bad news.
Oh yeah, that Mal guy is so scary. He's breaking people's knives, cell phones, and game guys. Hell, he's even tripping people. He's like a really badly behaved 8-year-old.
The 8-year-old comparison actually fits really well, because if you actually try to stick these characters' lives to a cohesive timeline like I did as a kid, Duncan may have been a lowly punk when he was 14 or 15, during which Mal would have had to be like 12. A 12-year-old boy running juvenile hall. That's hardcore. Heather being voted off is a shame, but like Joe, I'm fine with it. She's been such an integral character throughout the show's history that her taking a bit of a backseat here is something I can deal with. I feel like she was sort of nerfed this season, both in terms of how funny and skilled she was, but it could have been a lot worse. I'm fine with her just going spy versus spy with Alejandro for a few episodes and then heading off relatively early. If there's any way the writers could have incorporated a former fan favorite character in a minor role without being too pivotal, this is more or less the best way to do it. You could argue her handling of the invincibility statue was stupid, and it was, but of all the periods of contrived character stupidity in this season, well, this is not anywhere near as bad as it gets. I can tell you that much. So all in all, I'm okay with this. Also, the fact that Alejandro says that he only wanted to eliminate her to get back at her after season 3, but is otherwise in love with her is, well, that's Switchy core. It's adorable. So, episode 7. I usually don't cover the recaps in these videos, but I gotta point out how it's interesting that Chris is at Playa de Losers here. It's been a while since we last saw it. You know, I kinda missed it. We had some good episodes there.
Cody Juniors, who let you out of your crib? Wow! Ow! Oh, damn! Bad Codys! Now that I'm responsible for these little guys, or girls, or one guy, one girl, I don't have time to be in a relationship. I just hope Camdy doesn't take it too hard. What's that, Cody Jr.?
Why is she still here? Why?
The pre-challenge banter in this episode is pretty short. It mostly has to do with Alejandro facing major distrust from all his adversaries, and also the show has to tell us again about his older brother Jose, who's better than him at everything and how bad that makes him feel. I don't blame them. His sibling rivalry pretty much only comes up when they need to use it as a specific plot device, so I guess a lot of people need the refresher.
We don't discuss enough how terrible Alejandro's family is. He was kidnapped by a television host after nearly dying in a volcano, and literally none of them tried to retrieve him. They just left him to rot in a robot suit for like 2 years. I don't think the writers ever thought that much about what they were implying with a lot of the plot lines in the show, but things like the Ezekiel Farrell stuff in this just get so grim when you think about the implications for more than like 2 seconds.
On the way to the challenge, Duncan takes advantage of Mike's absence and lets Zoe know that he recognizes him from Juvie. The two of them derive that Mal is likely a nefarious alter of his that's been responsible for all the creepy things he's been doing since getting to the island. Congratulations! You just won the Completely Figured It Out, but for some reason will do nothing about it and somehow become completely oblivious again for another 6 episodes award. Speech! 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 Speech!
Hello? Somebody answer me! You!
I am a shadow, the true self. At your disservice.
But I got rid of you after Juvie!
Silly Mike. I was just laying low, conserving my energy, waiting for my moment. And it worked. Now I'm in charge.
Those are innocent people you're messing with! You have to stop!
Stop? Oh, no. I'm just getting started.
No, wait! Come back!
What even are Mal's plans? All he's done so far is randomly trip people and break stuff. Like, listen, breaking Sierra's 2008 phone and Sam's 1998 video game console is certainly a jerk move, but that's all he's done so far. Adding on to that, I'm sorry, how did the possibility of Mal returning not even occur to Mike throughout all this? He keeps hurting his friends for no reason in random blackout moments, and he doesn't stop to think once that it might be his old alter? Really? I know he said that he thought he got rid of Mal, without any more context or information, of course, but given that Mal seems to have shaped his life to the extent that he spent an extended amount of time in juvenile detention, long enough to basically run the place, the fact that he is only figuring out now is hard to take seriously. This episode's challenge is a fusion of the no pain, no game, and phobia factor challenges, and you know what? I'm down with that. Competitors have to spin a wheel that lands on a randomly selected boxing opponent. If they knock the other one out or last in the ring for 2 minutes, they are awarded a point for their team. Oh, also, disregard what I said about the opponents being randomly selected, because they're not. Chris and Chef are rigging it. In fairness to the contestants, they actually figure it out pretty quickly. Duncan and Cameron are already super suspicious after the first 2 rounds. That's probably the least oblivious any character is this season. Scott gets his ass kicked by Fang, and Sierra gets her ass kicked by the weird mutant cat dog rat thing's mother. It's not until Alejandro goes up and gets matched up with his brother Jose that things take anything close to a turn. It's a fun setup, especially after Jose was revealed to be such a foil for Al at the end of season 3.
Why are they just going with body hits? It's weird.
It is the family code, not the face. Never the face.
Alright, that's good. I'm being hard on this season, so, you know, I owe it to Fresh TV to at least admit when I'm enjoying something.
Your technique is almost as embarrassing as the way your girlfriend with the unattractive personality burned you on national television. That's for calling me Al! That's for always hogging the bathroom mirror! And replacing my soap with a urinal cake? And this is for calling any aspect of Heather unattractive. Heather, I know you're watching. Call me.
Aw, that's cute. That's sweet. He really does care about her.
I love the idea that the Total Drama producers convinced Jose to come all the way to this island just to fight Alejandro. Either he was given a pretty penny, or he just jumps at the opportunity to humiliate his brother. Either way, it's entertaining. When Mike, now Mal, goes to spin, the suspicion that the challenge is rigged throws the campers into a small uproar, and they convince Chris to let the next round be totally random no matter what.
Just watch. It'll be exactly what Mike's afraid of.
Or is it what Cameron's afraid of?
I thought you were over spiders.
That is not a spider!
Greetings, spider food!
I'm never gonna live this thing down, am I? Okay, so where we are in the series, Mike has already turned himself into the malevolent one through the scientific procedure we refer to as Big Rock. Izzy, who is clearly a setup in this game to torture specifically Cameron before the girlfriends added actual randomness to it. She immediately smells the evilness in Mal, or you know, she watched the show. I think Izzy is remarkably perceptive and intelligent, but she likely just knew about Mal prior, if we are to believe she's working with the hosts for maximum entertainment. All that being said, she does see Mike inside the vessel's head. That has nothing to do with watching the show. Well, unless the scenes we see of Mike inside the Mind Palace are actually aired on television, but I don't pretend to understand how that works. Like the donut copter dream. She describes the smell as honey curler wrapped in rotten ham. Good on the inside, poison on the outside. Mike and Mal both react to this. Mike begs for help and name drops Mal, to which Izzy hears and repeats out loud. This is how Duncan and Zoe find out for sure that it is Mal. Forget the whistling. The main story of this season would not happen if not for Izzy. Maybe the main story would have been Scott, Courtney, and Gwen instead. That would have been nice. Zoe says in her confessional that she needs to consult the tarot cards again, and Mal says that eyes are the windows to the soul, time to shut them. And by shut that window, he means beat up Izzy. I don't know how that stops Mike from talking, but to each their own. I want to say too, I've implied in the past that Izzy is the strongest physically of the main cast, but I don't think she took a dive here. I think this is a case of a new villain showing their strength over the previous to usher in a new era of maliciousness. Oh, that's what Mal means. Despite being inside Mike's scrawny body, we see later that Mal can overpower a very built Alejandra. We've seen this previously, the inconsistent strength in the likes of Svetlana. The Malevolent One punches her lights out and throws her into a moving graphic background, never to be seen again, meaning I am free. I never have to talk about the Gingered Menace ever again, unless, of course, legacy characters are shoehorned into the modern reboot, despite it not making any sense canonically or continuity-wise. I mean, that'd be ridiculous. If this truly is going to be one of my final appearances in these comprehensive roasts, I would just like to say, for Total Drama All-Stars, I think the Alejandra reveal in episode 1 is still really cool. Also, I'm the #1 Scourtney supporter. I think we can all benefit from being bossed around by scary women. Don't put that part in the video, Switchy. Anyway, I need to go back to making not total drama videos because I am the not total drama guy.
There are a lot of broad story decisions made in Mal's story arc as a character that I strongly dislike, and even the ramifications of this scene long-term have problems. But in this tiny sliver, this quick snapshot, Mal is badass. I'm saying it here and now. Something about Izzy being able to hear Mike's pleas for help is really, really, really interesting to me. I know a lot of people have complaints with the fact that the interior of Mike's head plays such a large role in this season, even though that literally makes no sense that this is supposed to be a fictional reality show shot and produced by a fictional crew. But I can honestly give it a pass. After all, I was down with the Donut Copter dream. And if you're down with a Donut Copter dream, well, you've got to take what comes with the Donut Copter dream.
Donut Copter dream.
The show basically gave up on trying to treat the logic of what the audience sees as consistent with what is theoretically possible to record on video by, like, the 5th episode ever. So I'm chill with it. At least we got this cool scene out of an otherwise kinda lame character arc. Speaking of lame character arcs, Duncan goes up to the spinner next.
Okay then, spin away.
Please land on Courtney. Please, I just want to see them interact again. Please, you can even shove a dirty diaper in Duncan's mouth. I don't even care. Just land on Courtney. Aww.
So Duncan matches up with the poor bird he stole the egg from last episode and of course refuses to hurt it, and everyone laughs at him for not wanting to hurt a defenseless animal.
I guess on some level, I should like this softy arc because one of the points I've made over and over throughout this series is how much I like when Chris shows a bit of humanity that contrasts with his usual stick of excessive sadism and greed. But I also kind of want stuff like this to feel natural. This entire dilemma doesn't feel natural.
Duncan secretly luring a new rabbit to be DJ's pet because he has a soft spot for animals felt natural. Very natural, in fact. It's a much more subtle way of demonstrating that he has a rugged exterior but cares about certain things just like we all do. As opposed to him trying to convince everyone he's mean for the sake of being mean, but instead crying and calling people squishy slime sticks. Also, this whole Duncan softy thing isn't even new. Like, we had an entire half of a season dedicated to Courtney calling his bluff and chipping away at his tough guy facade. Even with my most generous interpretation of this whole arc, like, action does it just a million times better. The show did a pretty great job at balancing Duncan's personality for 3 straight seasons. Here though, no, it's depressingly lacking in substance. His bad boy anti-hero edge is oversimplified to trying to either be an evil cartoon supervillain or some Pollyanna optimist crybaby who likes everything.
I'll get you, crazy kids!
It doesn't help that the dialogue in this season is so consistently middling. There's generally no zing to the one-liners in this season, and without that, most of the characters' writing is generic and washed out. So many of the bits of this season are Chris showing off the next challenge followed by a cookie-cutter confessional along the lines of, "Chris is such a jerk. I can't believe Chris would be a jerk to us. Oh wait, yes I can, because he's a jerk." Maybe I'd be more partial to this goofy arc if it had more laughs in it, but the humor falls flat for me too much for it to warrant itself. Additionally, as much as I've avoided complaining about what this season could have done, I have to with this. There are so many things I would rather see Duncan be doing right now than cry at the loss of his tough guy exterior while boxing with a mutant bird. He's literally one of the most popular characters in the show, and he just broke up with one of the other most popular characters in the show. It was an end to a relationship that the writers crossed leaps and bounds to put into action, but he's almost not even aware of it. I just think there are some mixed up priorities here. Gwen goes up and the wheel lands on Courtney. What would have happened if Courtney landed on that? Initially, the two of them refuse to fight. After all, they've finally become friendly again, so Chris takes out a bunch of footage of Duncan and Gwen together to rile her up. Interestingly, it includes a bonus clip from season 3 among regular show footage. I'm surprised they would use that.
Isn't it awesome? The producers found it on Sierra's Glunkin blog.
Courtney, remember, we're past this. We're friends again.
I guess I'm not as over it as I thought. Sorry, Gwen. This is going to hurt you more than it hurts me. That's for kissing my boyfriend!
That's for him not being your boyfriend when he kissed me!
This is ridiculous.
The fight itself doesn't actually spend that much time on screen, but we cut back to the both of them looking exhausted after beating each other up. But after wearing themselves out, they both admit to each other how much they hated fighting, and how more than anything, they just miss each other more than either of them miss Duncan. Which is really surprising because they were only actually friends for like 2 days. It was nice seeing this scene live. Although Duncan's character direction had been on the decline, this felt like a saving grace for the season. Gwen and Courtney were friends again after 2 seasons of a really unsatisfying rivalry. Things were on the up and up. We were finally on the path to redeeming 2 of Total Drama's most fumbled characters, and it seemed that although Duncan was gonna be left alone, at least we would bear witness to a beautiful, platonic friendship.
Oh, if only that were the case. If only.
Even Chris was touched by the reconciliation, so much so that he gave the villains 2 points which automatically won them the challenge. It's kind of rigged when you think about it, given that both people in the ring were on the same team. The villains would have scored either way. For this episode's elimination, Chris introduces a one-time twist where the winners pick the eliminated contestant and the losers pick the Boney Island exile. The villains, thank the heavens, thank the stars above, choose to eliminate Sierra. Thank God in heaven. Get her out of here. Please. Why was she here in the first place? Please, just get rid of her. Oh, also the hero sent Alejandro to Boney Island. Oh, double also. In the bonus clip, Sierra gets dumped in Area 51 and chases around a bunch of Cody clones. It's a fun scene and callback to season 3.
I just dreamt I was riding a fluffy unicorn across clouds made of marshmallows.
Yeah, they're soft beds, all right.
A couple of days ago, I was ready to quit. Now that we're friends again, I never want it to end.
I hope we make it to the finale together.
What about Scott?
He's cool and all, but like you say, you gotta put friends first.
If I don't win the $1 million, I hope you do. And I mean it, too.
That's really sweet. I'll even allow the unison lines. It's just nice to see them being friends together.
Something I feel like the Total Drama writers seem to have forgotten is that we like seeing characters get along. Like, it doesn't have to be My Little Pony, but it's enjoyable seeing things go well. There are constant lines from Chris in this season about how the show gets more ratings when the characters face more physical and emotional pain, but I seriously call BS on that, at least regarding the real-life audience. I've never been psyched to see all the slapstick and character derailments. I mean, it can be funny, and the show benefits from its conflicts and rivalries, but having genuine friendships and affinities helps too. It turns out fans actually like these characters and enjoy when things go well for them. Hell, even Scott wants to hear what's going on between them. The people want Gwen and Courtney to be together as friends. At least that, I think. If there's one decent thing to come out of Duncan's softie arc, it's the couple of scenes at the beginning of this episode where Duncan tries and fails to repeatedly cause trouble.
Aww, what a cute bunny!
Don't call me that!
I was talking about your painting.
Huh? It's not a bunny, it's emotional graffiti!
He also tries to steal Chef's Jeep and drive it into the lake, but ends up having to fix it to get it going and accidentally gets everyone to think he's a chill, cool guy for doing so. The scene's funny enough, and it's one of the few things I found enjoyable about Duncan's softie character arc. I owe it to you all to let you know when they do something right. Unfortunately, one thing this season isn't doing right is writing Zoe. She seems to have lost all her suspicion regarding Mal, and it's ridiculous. I'm sorry. She's seen him firsthand trip and break Cameron's glasses, and literally last episode she saw Izzy, who is almost a complete stranger, ask him about Mal, and then get the crap beaten out of her for doing so. But no, she made some tarot cards and is fine now.
Mike, are you evil?
No.
Seems legit.
We get some more Mike brain plot, where he looks to see a gigantic tower in the distance that looks like Mal. He breaks free of his chains and begins his quest to take over his body again. He quickly runs into Chester as well and breaks him free too. That's all for now though. This is the first challenge of this season's merge, and it's like, surprisingly simple. It's a boat race, around the island, period, complete sentence. They don't even say what old Total Drama challenge it's based on, and based on all the goofs and continuity errors in this season so far, I genuinely believe they just forgot about that when this episode was written.
To be fair, I don't necessarily mind having a simple vehicular race challenge. Well, I kinda do because I'm probably gonna have to spend a whole day or two cobbling together a stupid video game reference gag in Adobe After Effects, but that's a personal problem.
Alejandro is the first to get a boat, followed by Gwen and Courtney working together. Mal destroys all the other ones and rides off on the boat of losers, and the rest of the cast are stuck with a raft.
I know! Come now, beautiful engine. Start for Alejandro. And Mike takes the lead. But will he keep it all the way through Coconut Alley?
Coconut Alley?
Ow!
That guy got hit in the head with a coconut!
Courtney and Gwen reach Coconut Alley.
Uh-oh, what's that?
Hey!
That guy got hit in the head with a coconut!
Thanks, Gwen. I almost got my hair wet.
I would never let that happen. Your hair is fantastic.
No, your hair is. What's your secret?
I double condition.
It's so cute. It's so cute. You know, some people may say that this is sort of generic girl dialogue, and I can see that point, but honestly, generic girl dialogue is such a breath of fresh air right now. Give me more, honestly.
Faced with an obvious disadvantage, the raft floating foursome all try to think of a way to increase their chances in the game. Cameron comes up with a sort of messed up idea, in which he props Scott up in the air with a paddle and uses him as bait for Fang. That's savage. Cam's going beast mode. As the raft riders make their way around the island, Chef starts dropping straight up explosives on them. That is brutal. Duncan takes one of them, stops the fuse, and hatches a little idea to get back his badness. He stops off at Playa de Losers, despite the fact that literally no one calls it Playa de Losers in this season. I'm unsure if it's canonically even supposed to be the same place. It should be, but there aren't any lines from the OG cast about being there after being eliminated in season 1, so I genuinely cannot tell. Cam and Zoe notice that they're gaining on Mike, but given that they're unsure if it's even Mike in control, Zoe abandons the raft and starts sinking into piranha-infested water to see if he responds. And that's a really stupid idea, Zoe. Like, putting yourself in harm's way like that? Like, have you seen Memento? It didn't work out for the wife, I'm just saying. Her being in danger actually temporarily summons Mike from the depths of his subconscious that Chris somehow was able to sneak high-tech nanobot cameras into, but Mal quickly regains the driver's seat.
Oh, hold on! The engine won't start!
You know, you guys can make your villain character, like, not obviously a villain. Like, you guys can do that. Like, one believable, plausible lie. That's something you're allowed to do.
Despite the fact that he probably would enjoy watching her get eaten by piranhas, Mal ends up changing his mind and goes to rescue Zoe. And, of course, Zoe completely believes Mike is there for her now because every single character in the season has to be a complete idiot so they don't sniff Mal out instantly. Like, Mal's imposter game is just crap. He's always sus. He's not even trying to do his tasks. It only gets worse when Cameron struggled to hold Scott up and he screams for Zoe's help, but Zoe hears and tries to tell Mal to turn around and he straight up pretends not to hear her. It's such an eye roller. Eventually Cameron loses grip of Scott and he gets wedged into the air. After landing back on the raft, he pushes Cam into the water to get his revenge, but it literally doesn't work because Fang only wants to eat Scott. Alejandro nearly makes it to the finish line, but right before he does, a blue shell hits him from behind and destroys his engine, leaving him stranded in place. With Courtney and Gwen gaining on him really fast, he starts to panic trying to get the boat going again, but instead just runs to the finish line and wins by a nose. After the race comes to a close, Chris notices the lack of a certain derailed juvenile delinquent character and hears an explosion in the distance. Turns out, Duncan blew up the entirety of Playa de Losers after jumping off the raft.
I'm destroying the kitchen to show you my personality. My cottage is on fire. I can't help it, I just have so much personality.
Chris freaks out and says Duncan destroyed his cottage, starting a small running gag where the contestants get frustrated at him and Chef calling such a gigantic building a cottage. I'm frustrated as well, but only because they're still for some reason not calling it Playa de Losers, because it's literally just Playa de Losers. Maybe I shouldn't care so much, but Haute Couture in the Island Special are two of my favorite episodes of the show, so I just wish they would call back to its original name. I don't know. Alejandro wins immunity, and before everyone makes it to the ceremony, Mal goes up to him and offers him an alliance, which he agrees to, and then he evil laughs in front of fire, because there is no other possible way to visually convey that a character has bad intentions.
Good news! As a reward for making it to the merge, there will be no Boney Island for any of you tonight. Yeah! Before you vote for the first time as individuals, I have a special surprise for Boom Boom over here.
Aw, Chris, you shouldn't have.
You're under arrest for the destruction of a private cottage.
It was not a...
Way to go, bad boy. I hope looking cool is worth getting locked up again.
It is. I'm gonna rule Juvie.
Juvie? You destroyed a major piece of property. It's a big boy jail for you, bro. And it's gonna be a real slammer.
Wait! It was an accident! Come on, guys, have a heart! I didn't know you weren't supposed to put a toaster in the microwave! Snuggle muffins!
Yeah, wow, that's great. The last word ever uttered by Duncan, one of the most important characters and competitors in this show's history, is Snuggle Muffins. That's what he's reduced to. The charisma, rebelliousness, the soft spot, it's all gone. And that's our goodbye.
Well, actually, technically, he has a bonus clip from prison where it's implied that his cellmate is going to violate him somehow, but let's pretend it doesn't exist so I can make my smarmy critic zinger. It's what Season 2 Duncan would have wanted.
It's really crazy, though. Besides all the derailment and stuff, could you imagine being arrested like that on live TV? The cops just showing up and locking you up for everyone to see? That's insane.
After Duncan gets arrested, Chris takes out the votes and reveals to the cast that Cameron was unanimously voted out, which is realistically impossible given that Cameron wouldn't have voted for himself and Zoe claims to have not voted for him either. He's fortunately spared the elimination because Duncan got disqualified, and we cut to a confessional revealing that Mal had tampered with the votes.
What was the point of that? Why would you want to be rid of Cameron, especially this early on? If you keep your mic act up, he's a perfect alliance candidate.
Well, regardless, after it's revealed that Mal was cheating the votes, we see Cameron freak out in the confessional, and the episode ends off with Chris saying goodbye outside of it. Episode 9 opens up with Alejandro relaxing in the luxurious spa hotel, until Chris shows up and starts bothering him because he can't sleep at the Playa de Losers anymore.
Hey, roomie! Since my house got destroyed, it looks like I'll be staying here. Hey, it's no fun for me either. I lost everything, including my swim trunks.
Ew, Chris's balls touched that towel. The ghost of Chris's dick and balls will haunt that towel forever. Understandably grossed out by Chris's borderline sexual harassment, Alejandro walks around the hotel looking for something to do and comes across an open door that leads to what I can only assume is a security or production room for the show with cameras and stored footage of the entire island, completely accessible through an open door to anyone who comes across it.
Convenient.
Seriously, why would they just leave it out there? Alejandro wasn't even sneaking around, he was walking through player-friendly domain. At least in the past and following seasons, when stuff like this happened, the characters were breaking the rules.
All the footage since we arrived here?
Mal's greatest hits. How interesting.
If this was 2024, it would probably be something called Mal being iconic for 6 minutes. Anyway, Alejandro puts the DVD he found in and watches a bunch of assorted clips of Mal breaking people's stuff. Additionally, he sees footage of Mal tampering with the votes and trying to frame Alejandro for it by putting the camera and photos on his cabin bed, which, based on the scene immediately following it, in which Alejandro replants the evidence while Mal, Cam, and Zoe are talking about whom to suspect right outside of the cabin, had to have been put together within the last hour. Chris probably jumped in the hot tub right after making that compilation. Mal convinces the others to search the cabins with him to look for clues on who rigged the vote against Cameron, but finds himself shocked to find a big old pile of nothing on Alejandro's bed and a big pile of something under his bed. Mike/Mal tries to defend himself and Zoe is able to believe it, but the confusion on why he would tamper with the votes and then leave it under his bed and tell the others to search the cabin with him sends Cameron into a tizzy where he says he can't trust anyone at this point and runs off.
Finally, someone doesn't trust the most obvious secret villain in all of fiction. I've been waiting for this.
The next morning, Scott walks out of his cabin, but one of the floorboards breaks and he falls down the stairs. Courtney makes the exact same mistake and the two accidentally share a kiss.
I'm imagining the scenario is happening in season 1 between Duncan and Courtney, and it's literally the cutest thing ever in the entire cosmos of human thought.
Will you be my boyfriend? No, my boyfriend.
Ha! Gay!
Even with the caveman talk and the constant lines about how gross and smelly Scott is, I'm still astonished at how much I don't hate this arc. You really would think that Courtney dating Scott would just drive me up the wall, but it doesn't. Even as a kid, I was watching it like, why don't I just despise this? I felt like I should, but like a car crash, I just couldn't look away. And this is a really entertaining car crash. I think one of the reasons I don't mind this so much is that it has a lot of the same charm that Duncan had. What I liked so much about Duncan and Courtney's dynamic was that Duncan was a figure in Courtney's life that every aspect of her exterior shunned and disliked. But eventually his unruly, rebellious personality broke through her facade and helped her be more true to herself by telling Chef that he needed to take a chill pill. Despite Courtney's composed, know-it-all way of carrying herself, she seemingly has a soft spot for guys who don't feel burdened by the rules and regulations she does, particularly the ones imposed by adults in her life. Duncan fits this role by being a juvenile delinquent, and Scott fits this role as someone who was raised in the deep Dixie South of Canada. Try to square that circle. I guess his unkempt nature and lack of personal hygiene has a worldly charm to her. In season 2 and 3, her character shifted a bit to just being excessively controlling. I guess because she wanted to sort of whip Duncan into shape, so to speak. I personally prefer her more in season 1, but I've gone on record saying that the overemphasis on her type A psychosis was not really a step in the right direction, but was still hilarious in its own way, even if it led to, a less than satisfactory end to her relationship with Duncan.
Now that I think about it, this is probably why I'm so okay with this. So far in season 5, and so far as an important part of this point I'm making, Courtney is more similar to her island self than ever.
So much of her arc with Scott is realizing her feelings for him not despite his unkempt self, but frankly because of it, and that mimics a lot of what I enjoyed so much about her time with Duncan. It still goes too fast, but everything in these 13 episode seasons goes too fast.
I won't do it! No, Cameron's my friend!
What's going on?
Hey! Scott and Courtney were just saying bad stuff about you.
What?
Alejandro and Gwen, too.
Gwen? I thought we were friends. But then, she was on the villains team. Thanks, pal. Sorry I said I couldn't trust you. Obviously I can.
I think one of the most frustrating things about this season so far is how dumb they have to make all the characters so they can fall for Mal's fake persona. He's so clearly stilted and has been absurdly suspicious throughout this whole season, and they still just take everything he says hook, line, and sinker.
The whole cast makes their way to the production room, for some reason, and Chris pops in on the TV celebrating the show's 100th episode. Woo! Well, actually, this is the 102nd episode if you count the Total Drama Island and Action specials, and if you also count the separate Total Drama Island recap episodes that aired in Canada and the United States individually, it's the 104th episode. Chris gets all excited and announces a very special challenge until Ezekiel sneaks up on him and kidnaps him. Chef freaks out, accidentally short-circuits all the equipment, and tells the campers to find Chris in their new challenge. The campers are reluctant at first until they convince Chef to also let whoever wins the challenge stay in the spa hotel permanently and also choose who goes to Boney Island, and Chef gives in. Art of the deal, folks. Art of the deal. They go to the mine because that's where Zeek was living last season, and everyone splits up trying to find their own way in since the main entrance is still sealed up. Gwen gets let down by everyone since Courtney and Scott are celebrating their 1 hour anniversary, and Cameron believes the guy who's been beating the crap out of him these past few episodes that Gwen was talking shit. I don't really know why Cameron is so willing to completely trust Mike out of everyone in the cast, but, you know, what do I know? I guess Mike and Cam are really good friends, but I really wish Cameron would have fixated on Zoe here, for his own sake. Zoe didn't break his glasses, I can say that much.
Look, this must be where Zeek gets in and out.
Ladies first. Or is that wrong because this is dangerous? Or is that wrong because this is the 21st century? Or is it the 22nd? Cool. I have no idea how to be a boyfriend. The only advice my dad ever gave me about dating was, if you're ever in Holland, go Dutch. Oh. I get it now.
Wait, I don't get it. Am I stupid? Like, yeah, Dutch, Netherlands, Holland, going Dutch, but is that it? Like, I don't see much of a play on words there. Maybe I'm just stupid.
I'm kind of concerned that there are still so many entrances to the mine despite the fact that Chris tried so hard to seal it off last season. Maybe his lack of thoroughness is what actually got him arrested. Anyway, Gwen accidentally falls into one of the holes and Zoe runs in to save her, and Mal convinces Cameron to let them go off on their own because everyone in this season is an idiot.
We need to figure out who to pull over to our side. Alejandro's not trustworthy, and Gwen and Courtney are too tight. That leaves Scott.
He's not gonna want to team up with me after I made him shark bait.
He might, if we can drive a wedge between him and Courtney. And I know exactly how to do it. Just kiss her in front of him.
What? I'm being super whiny about this episode, but to its credit, I do enjoy the bits where Chris tries to reason with Ezekiel in his own very special way. It's, a good time.
Where's all this anger coming from? Was it season 3 when I kicked you off the plane, made everyone hunt you down, and threw you in a volcano? Huh? Was it last year when I sealed you inside a mine filled with toxic waste? Oh, was it this season when I flew you back in just to boot you out again? Nah, you wouldn't let a thing like worldwide televised humiliation come between us, would ya?
You gotta find joy in the little things in this life.
Gwen and Zoe make their way through the cave, and I gotta admit, I like their chemistry in this episode. I feel like they haven't done anything too memorable together so far in this season, but Zoe's naturally caring personality comes through in a likable way when she calms Gwen down and helps her deal with her fear of closed spaces. Unfortunately, Zoe ends up being nabbed by Zeek, which doesn't do Gwen's claustrophobia any favors.
We got a picture. What in tarnation is...
I like your eyes. Both of them. On your face.
Oh, thanks. I like yours too.
Both of them?
Okay, sure. Can you stop burning my retinas now? I can't see anything.
Courtney, I'm your girlfriend!
You hear something?
Oh! Ow! This is your chance. Kiss her. Do it. Hurry.
Huh? Sorry. Whoa! Why'd you kiss me?
What are we doing? What is this? Why is this a plot line? I can take Courtney kissing Scott, but I don't think there's been a single memorable interaction between these two characters until now. It's like they picked the two most random characters possible to kiss. It feels so weird to even say it out loud. Mal forces Cam to kiss Courtney to trick Scott. This is some total drama Mad Libs writing. Hell, let's throw the ice dancers and the fart fairy in there. And Darwin. Like, who cares anymore? I know he's got some beef with Courtney. I don't even know how to describe the dialogue here. It's just so confused and aimless. I think the writers are just as baffled by these circumstances as everyone else. The characters could have literally just started grunting and screaming like cavemen, and it would have had the same amount of substance. It's a good contender for the most embarrassing 30 seconds in this show's history. Holy hell. I'm sorry for being so moody about this. I'm not trying to get clipped to death like that Squidward's house security system guy, but I'm just stunned right now. You know, at the very least, the scenes of Courtney and Scott arguing in the cage post-kiss are actually pretty funny once you get over the absurdity of the whole situation.
I'm telling you, he kissed me!
That's not what I saw.
Well, if you don't believe me, I don't want your dumb shoelace ring!
Good, because having one loose sneaker was making me crazy!
Were they even trying to make this episode a celebration of the show's history? Or was it just something they thought to mention?
Because besides all the really weird drama they're trying to stir, there's not much about this episode at all that sticks out as particularly extraordinary. It's pretty standard fare. After running from Zeek, Cameron falls into a sinkhole, barely hanging on to a singular root, and Mal just leaves him to fall to his death. I would say that's actually villainous, but this happens surprisingly often in the show. Alejandro comes across Cameron and offers him help by lending his hand, despite the fact that literally one confessional ago we saw that the distance between Cameron and the top of the hole is far longer than any possible human arm.
Grab hold, little one.
No! I only trust Zoe and Mike. I don't want help from anyone else.
What if I told you your trust was gravely misplaced?
I wouldn't believe you.
Then I wish you a soft landing.
Remember how this character was able to document Mike's behavior enough last season to completely figure out not just his DID, but also his triggers and the personalities of all his alters? Yeah, that sure was crazy. What's even more crazy now is that his friend is acting weirder and more suspicious than ever, and he doesn't even seem to bat an eye. I guess Alejandro is still not the person I'd ideally trust, but, you know, still. Cameron eventually falls down and luckily is helped out by Gwen, and oh wow, that is a weird expression. The two of them decide to try and save Chris together because Cam has regained his trust in her. Also, Mal tries to kill Cameron with a scientific procedure referred to as Big Rock, but gets caught by Zeek before doing the job.
Mike, are you okay? I guess it's all up to Gwen and Cameron now.
Just Gwen, I suspect. The last time I saw Cameron will likely be the last time I saw Cameron.
What did you do to him?
Nothing. I tried to help, but he would not accept.
So you just left him hanging there? Not cool.
Rap snitches, telling all their business, sit in the court and be their own star witness.
It was the old MF Doom line. Snitches telling all their business, sitting in court and being their own star witness.
Cameron, Gwen, and Chef show up to Zeke's cavern right in time before Chris falls into the vat of toxic green waste. Chef gets rid of the rats chewing away at the rope, and Cameron distracts Ezekiel so Gwen can save everyone. Ezekiel vomits a bunch of acid spit or whatever at Cameron and misses, but the impact causes a bunch of rocks to crush him. I guess he can just do that now? Gwen is able to shoot Zeek with Chef's spaghetti cannon, saving the others and winning the challenge.
Ow!
Cameron!
Could have been a little more gentle!
Cameron!
Come on, we gotta get out of here before Zeek... For the record, I would like to state that I, Chris McLean, am not afraid of that sad, misunderstood freak show named Ezekiel. Sure, it looked like I was scared, but I was faking. I would say that that dramatic performance is worth at least 5 jammies.
At the elimination ceremony, Gwen sends Alejandro to exile and wins permanent access to the spa hotel. However, no vote is done in this episode because, Cameron is apparently too injured to continue. He's totally wrapped up like Cody was after being mauled by a bear. I guess this is one of the few instances where the insane levels of physical torment these characters go through actually has lasting effects. Also, as you can see, he's, back in the bubble.
Hey, remember how last season's finale ended off with Cameron realizing that he had a lot more strength as a person than he realized, and that the bubble was an unnecessary shield that only made his life worse under the guise of safety? This season is really keen on regressing its characters, it seems.
I'll miss you, Cam.
Miss you too.
You get better, okay?
Thanks, Gwen. Bye, Mike.
Oh, Mike's gone. I'm Mal, and I let you fall. So long, sucker.
Somebody get me through this nightmare. I can't control myself. Cameron may not have had a happy ending, but at least Ezekiel did, as in the bonus clip we see him surface in the fun zone from episode 6 and find companionship in all the other innocent creatures who have been permanently changed due to Chris McLean's evil actions. It's a surprisingly happy ending for such a punished character, since I think this is the last we ever see of Ezekiel, and saying that out loud makes me really, really sad for some reason.
It's funny. This episode is actually an interesting case throughout the season to me, because I think in terms of plot, it's not very good. Given that Cameron is the biggest focus here and I think he is frustratingly dense, I've had a lot to complain about. But for what it's worth, I think it was actually, decently funny. There were a lot of jokes that actually hit better than they usually do this season, so hey man, I'll stop and smell the roses when I see them.
Episode 10 starts off with Courtney venting about her troubles with Scott after kissing Cameron to Zoe, and Zoe recommends she let go of her frustrations, just talk about it with Scott straight up. She also compliments Courtney for kissing 2 guys in one day, saying she's, quote, on fire.
She's right! Yay me!
Yeah, wow, kissing Scott and Cameron. Yeah, those are definitely people who are impressive scores. Definitely.
Courtney thanks Zoe for just being a chill person who is chill and spreads positive vibes and stuff, and asks Zoe to keep the whole Cam kiss thing a secret from Gwen, which Zoe obliges. Within Mike's head, Mike and Chester continue their quest to the center and come across Svetlana, who's being forced to carve out sculptures of fish out of butter. Odd punishment, but alright. They try to convince her to fight back against Mal, but she shows reservations. We get back to this later in the episode. Outside of Mike's head, Mal sets his sights on Alejandro after failing to frame him last episode. He tells Zoe that he saw Al let Cameron fall in the mine, and, of course, she totally believes him. Though, in this specific case, I'll concede that her believing Mike over someone like Alejandro is pretty believable. Still though, as part of the bigger picture, Mal is getting too much leeway, guys. Chris comes over on the loudspeaker and tells everyone to make it to the beach for the next challenge, and whoever comes last has to do 50 push-ups. Courtney sprints out of the cabin to make it there, but trips over a depressed Scott eating dirt, because apparently Scott eats dirt when he's depressed.
Oh, that is it! Listen up, farm boy! Cameron kissed me! And now he's gone, so we're back together. End of story. Now let's go!
They're really good at making Courtney entertaining to me. She's literally dating Scott. And I'm like, down with that. I keep saying this, but seriously, it's like actually commendable. I'm excited to see what happens with Courtney Net. Don't make me think about it, cardboard cutout content ID Courtney. Please, just let me play dumb for a little bit longer. Please, just let me have this.
The campers arrive within the forest for the challenge, despite the fact that Chris told them to go to the beach. This is the second time that has happened in the season.
I have no idea how or why they made that error, and it's not even that big of a deal really, but the fact they did this twice is a bit crazy.
Alejandro arrives last because he had to be personally escorted back to the island by Chef and had no ability to make it to the challenge in time, but he still has to do the push-ups.
Chris is lucky I have a bigger problem to deal with. Mal. Good thing I have a DVD full of incriminating footage hidden in the hotel. When the time is right, bam! I'll expose that phony or my name isn't Alejandro Burros Muertos.
Well, I assume you're not going to expose that phony then, because your name isn't Alejandro Burros Muertos. It's Alejandro Burro Muerto.
How dare he pervert the name of Alejandro Burro Muerto?
It's a small detail, but it's a sloppy one to get wrong like that.
Today's challenge is based on Chef's Boot Camp challenge from Season 1, with a series of obstacle courses that the campers need to traverse as they make their way towards the finish line. It's not a particularly interesting challenge, but it's decent enough, I think. Unfortunately, there's no thrill or dance routine, which is a small disappointment. Scott says the challenge looks easy, and because of that, Chris ups the stakes by making them all wear a bunch of heavy backpacks. You need to stop doing that, Scott. You're only making things worse for everyone. Zoe tells Gwen that Alejandro let Cameron fall in the mine and asks her to join the Alliance to vote him off for it, and Gwen enthusiastically agrees. Courtney sees them talk from a distance though, and gets paranoid that Zoe is telling Gwen about her kiss with Cam.
Courtney is worried that Gwen will find out she kissed Cameron due to Mal's manipulation, because Gwen will think that she cheated on Scott. You can't make this stuff up!
Better watch your step, pal. Or is it Al?
Quite a warning coming from the guy who tampered with the votes.
So what? Who's gonna believe you? The most manipulative player in total drama history.
True, I'm not known for being trustworthy. That is why I have procured a DVD full of footage of you at your shiftiest. Your hours here are numbered, pal. Or should I say, Mal? Wait! My people have a saying, burros muertos no hablan.
I talk about this more in my power creep video, but can we all take a second to reflect on this? Alejandro, the arch-villain of Total Drama World Tour, single-handedly responsible for like half the eliminations, who played a brilliant game of deceit and became a finalist because of it, is being physically overpowered and reduced to groveling on his knees by Mal. This pencil neck Minecraft Steve looking serial game console breaker. It's not believable at all. Okay, well, I mean, in Total Drama All-Star's defense, this isn't the first time a physical underdog has been able to overpower another character who should by all measures be able to kick their ass. Cody punching Duncan, for example, or Harold punching Duncan, or Courtney shoving diapers into Duncan's mouth. Poor Duncan. I guess what irks me about this scene is, 1, it's pretty important plot-wise, I guess, and 2, and this is the big one, Mal being able to get Alejandro to squirm is just done to elevate his perceived threat level while minimizing Al's. And just as an observer of the show, I don't think Mal is a good antagonist worthy of bringing a former champion to his knees, despite the fact that the show treats him like one.
That's the big problem with Mal. Well, there are actually a lot of big problems with Mal, but the thing about him and Alejandro is that the writers are trying to accomplish a lot of the same things in these characters' respective arcs.
Both of them are treated like vicious, evil geniuses operating on levels much crueler than the established competition, but while Alejandro accomplished what he did through his brilliant schemes and silver tongue, Mal just gets by because all the characters around him are written to be frustratingly oblivious to the most obvious signs of foul play. I can almost forgive the Gen 1 characters falling for Mal given that they don't know him as well, but characters like Cameron and especially Zoe should not have kept falling for him as many times as they did, especially because Mal is never written as a good liar. He's always super obviously up to something and no one ever presses him on it. I'm never cheering on his ingenious maneuvers. I'm just pulling my hair out because he's constantly getting away with everything because everyone around him is written as totally incompetent. Some people might argue that Alejandro got away with more than he probably should have, particularly with some of his pursuits on the team victory contestants, but it was never this bad. Never even close, at least in my opinion.
As I said earlier, I actually made a whole side view about this while making this one because I think it's such an interesting topic. Feel free to check it out.
The challenge finally starts and it's pretty straightforward. We get a few booby traps, bits of slapstick, and failed attempts by Alejandro to out-Mal for his evil schemes. One of the more memorable obstacles is a bunch of climbing ropes made out of weird materials, like licorice and dog hair. Gwen and Zoe laugh about how gross the dog hair rope is, and Courtney catches up screaming at Zoe that she had better not be telling Gwen that she kissed Cameron.
Rap snitches, telling all their business, sit in the court and be their own.
Gwen is unhappy, especially after Scott adds on with the fact that she was dating him at the same time. It kinda sucks seeing Courtney and Gwen be so weird with each other again, but hey, we got like one episode where they were getting along well, and that was kind of fun while it lasted. After the ropes, the campers traverse hanging bars over a pit of snapping turtles that can jump really high somehow. I don't even know. Alejandro goes all in and clings to Mal to try and pull him down with him into the water, so Mal summons Svetlana from his mind to fight off Alejandro and starts swinging really far and hitting him with the bars.
Huh. I thought Mike couldn't access his other personalities anymore. At least he didn't turn into that Mal character.
Interestingly enough, it doesn't actually seem to fully be Svetlana. It's more like Mal is summoning her abilities to form some evil Svetlana thing, because while she's juggling Alejandro in real life, she's also fighting against her being summoned within Mike's mind. Mike breaks off the connection by severing the chain Svetlana was hooked to, and he turns back into Mal suddenly in the real world and falls into the water. After climbing out, he tells Zoe to go ahead so he could stay back and convince Scott to vote against Alejandro. The next leg of the challenge is traversing a field that Chef is patrolling with one of the leech guns from episode 3, so expect a lot of leech-related slapstick. Most of this part of the episode is dedicated to the characters all trying to talk strategy and get all nasty and backstabby and stuff. Mal keeps trying to tell Scott that Alejandro tried to get Cameron to kiss Courtney to make him jealous. total drama Mad Libs. But because he's not the brightest farm boy of the bunch, he consistently misunderstands.
So you admit you kissed Cam while you were with Scott?
No, Cameron kissed me.
Why would he do that?
Maybe because he thinks I'm pretty?
Sure, yeah, of course. It's just, it kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, you're telling me, Gwen.
Courtney, I need to talk to you. Did you kiss Alejandro?
Okay, I'm out of here.
Yes, but it was years ago. You and I weren't going out, so it's okay.
Hey, Bickerson! Less whining, more ouching.
Ouch!
Better?
Frankly, Chris, I actually enjoy the personal drama and character interactions of the show a lot more than the slapstick, and I don't seem to be the only one. Just saying.
Also, and this isn't really shot-worthy because it technically is possible, but Alejandro never kissed Courtney, at least on camera. You'd think they'd want to show that off if it actually happened.
Double also, this was the line I brought up earlier regarding Courtney describing World Tours happening quote-unquote years ago, despite Alejandro saying the time between this season and World Tour was only a year. But I'll give it a pass. It's easier to give it a pass than try and figure out this show's timeline. Because, as mentioned earlier, I don't even think the people who make this show understand this show's timeline.
Hey, man. Oh, you want some help with those leeches?
You would help me?
Nah. See you in the toilet, Al.
Mal and Zoe are the first ones to arrive at the final obstacle, a chasm they have to zipline over using the gear that was in the backpack they had to wear throughout the challenge.
Didn't think you'd see me again, did you? See you in the toilet, Mal!
Did he just say Mal?
Oh no, he said pal, handsome jerk.
This is just hard to watch, man.
Let's go together. Our increased weight will make us faster.
Oh, you sound like Cam.
And of course, she's still totally on board. Whatever you say, Total Drama All-Stars.
Mal and Zoe begin to gain on Alejandro, and Mal jumps off Zoe's line to Alejandro's to ask him where he hid the incriminating DVD. Doing so also breaks the carabiner they were hanging off of, and the two of them fall all the way into the water below, ensuring Zoe's win.
Mal does not belong in juvie. He belongs in jail.
Alejandro didn't say pal. Did Mike do that for me? Or for Mal? I need to keep a closer eye on him.
Oh, now you say it, Zoe. Not when you saw him intentionally trip and break Cameron's glasses for literally no reason. Not when Izzy randomly name-dropped Mal without any prior knowledge. Now, I mean, it's good that you're thinking in the right direction, but this is hard to excuse.
So, the challenge is over. Mal has no immunity, and Alejandro has incriminating video evidence of Mal destroying people's stuff and physically attacking his friends, and a few hours between then and the evening to show it to someone, and doing so would immediately turn them to his side. So what does he do? Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Because this is Total Drama All-Stars, baby, and every character is a mouth-breathing idiot covered in their own drool. I'm convinced at least two of these characters haven't even developed object permanence. Everyone votes for Alejandro except for Alejandro, who draws a bunch of devil features on Mike's face. It's such a cut and dry vote that they don't even bother with the marshmallows, it seems. Gwen gets exiled to Boney Island, and Zoe invites Mike into the spa hotel with her. So, that's that for Alejandro Burro Muerto, not Alejandro Burros Muertos. That's not his name. He gets flushed away, but as a last attempt to expose Mal for how evil he is, he yells, "The truth is in the art," as a vague hint to Zoe about something she should know by now. At least the bonus clip is cute. Alejandro surfaces in the Yukon and comes across Heather, who was also flushed there in her bonus clip a few episodes ago. She slaps him to get back at him, but after that, it's a clean slate, and they romantically drive off on a snowmobile.
Hey man, we're deep into All-Stars, and there's a lot of baggage that comes with that, but Ale Heather is still Ale Heather. Anyway, Sunday Muddy Sunday.
Sunday Muddy Sunday! Episode 11 kicks off by embracing one of Total Drama All-Stars' best habits, with Mal tearing apart one of the spa hotel bedrooms looking for the DVD Alejandro hid.
Mike? What happened?
Hey, Zoe. I was just helping to water the plants, and I dropped one against the wall. So...
He's not even trying at this point.
I'm saying this again, but it's hard to really buy into the drama this season likes to play into regarding Mal as some evil master manipulator when he's such a bad liar. There was a line in the last episode where Alejandro was like, "Mal doesn't belong in juvie, he belongs in prison." And it's just, no, man. Mal is not that cool, and having a character that actually is that cool say that is such an eye roller. Anyway, within Mike's head, we see Mike, Svetlana, and Chester continue their trek, and they come across Vito doing a ventriloquist bit with a doll that looks like Mal. It's a really random form of punishment, but I suppose it's not as weird as the buttered fish sculptures. At least Chester likes it. Mike asks Vito to join them, and then the Mal doll comes to life and starts talking shit, but Mike just beats him to death and breaks Vito's chain. That worked out well. Gwen arrives back from Boney Island and tells the others how she managed to survive unscathed. And then Courtney tells her how brave and strong she is and hugs her because they're best friends and they love each other and they're two peas in a pod and that's how they should be.
Welcome back, Gwen.
Welcome back, Gwen.
What?
Nothing. I was just noticing that cutthroat vibe Zoe has about her. So two-faced. We should shun her.
Oh no.
Are you still mad at me for all the kissing I did? Because like I said before, Scott was an accident and Cameron kissed me.
What is this conversation? It feels like they wrote two completely different scenes and just glued them together.
I'm not mad at you. I just hope your head is still in the game.
Don't worry, my head is totally in the game.
So you still want to go all the way to the finale with me?
Gwen, I promise. It's you and me, right to the end. Gwen is great, but if you ask me, winning is everything. This is the farthest I've ever made it on Total Drama, and I am going all the way.
That's a shot right there. Wow, knowing that my favorite character is currently being portrayed by people who don't even remember the elimination order of their own show certainly is reassuring. I'm sure that'll go well.
Scott is sweet on me, for obvious reasons. So I'm keeping him around to the end since he'll probably let me win, which means Gwen goes second last. And Zoe has to go, like, now. The only wild card is Mike, but I'm pretty sure I can crush him. Making a chart always helps clarify things nicely.
Do you remember how just 3 episodes ago, Courtney and Gwen had a really intimate conversation where they said that they were both really glad that they had mended their friendship? Also how they both at the exact same time said that they hoped the other would win the million if they didn't, and then went into the confessional, a private space where no one is listening to them, and they said they seriously mean it? Just something to think about.
Apparently, that was all bullcrap. Well, that's to say if we're going to believe this random new plot device that's come out of nowhere and has had no build-up whatsoever, Gwen is just a little devil creature to Courtney now, even though by all measures it seems like they were best friends again. I guess someone playing devil's advocate might argue that since episode 8, there's been some friction between them as friends, and they'd sort of be right, but it's certainly not that much. Since then, the only occurrence of note was her kiss with Cameron, which, by the way, wasn't her fault and is a good contender for the worst plot point in all of fiction. She got really paranoid about Gwen getting mad at her for it because it could be seen as her cheating on Scott, and the lead singer of Boyfriend Kisser kissing someone other than her new boyfriend is pretty damn hypocritical.
Reminder, this is all because Courtney was kissed against her will by Cameron. It feels weird saying that out loud. Those words should not be uttered in sequence.
Courtney also got weirdly paranoid about Gwen being friends with Zoe in the last episode, and frankly it was neurotic and toxic, but it still showed she had some general appreciation for Gwen as a person and wanted to continue being friends. But she also apparently still sees Gwen as a little demon she needs to draw on a piece of paper with crayon. Which, listen, I get one of the running gags with Courtney is that she likes to make lists, but this is just baffling. Courtney is definitely a serial note taker, but I don't think she needs to codify a plan as simple as eliminating her competition, and I definitely don't think she's the kind of dude in crayon with a bunch of childish doodles.
Hey, Courtney. You're looking really, good. I mean, you know, guys, nice.
Scott's out here making the IRL typos. That's really intense. I feel bad seeing Courtney laugh at him. She was all over him in the last episode.
This is great. Courtney and I are back to being friends. Sure, it's taken a while for her to trust me again, but it was worth it.
Alright guys, spoiler alert. After this scene, it's all going to go to shit. So, let's take a pause and enjoy the calm before the storm. Alright, let's do it.
Hope you two got lots of sleep, cause I'm feeling as strong as an ox.
Don't you mean strong as a rat?
Huh?
Oh, you haven't seen Courtney's chart.
Huh? What chart?
This one.
Huh?
Great plan, by the way. Not how I want it to go down, but still.
Second last, right to the end, my butt.
I can explain.
You gave me a tail? Wow!
Wait!
Oh, please. Even you can't talk your way out of this one.
Ugh. Sensitive much?
I love the part where Courtney pulls out the random list she has that was never previously mentioned or hinted at, and then Mal suddenly has it in his possession. Such clever writing this season has.
That commenter isn't being hyperbolic, by the way. There is no explanation given at all for how Mal got his hands on Courtney's magic list. None whatsoever.
He just has it now, and swipes it out like a Discord drama exposed Google Doc. She had it like 3 seconds earlier in the confessional, which pretty much at this point in the show is treated like a pocket dimension in which the character can freeze time and instantly teleport to whenever they have some random comment to make. So, when did Mal get it? We don't know. There's never any attempt made to tell us. Not even like a lame way in a confessional where it said he found it looking for the DVD Alejandro had of him. Not even that. I don't even know where to start with this, man, because there is so much going wrong right now, all at once, that I think just pointing each thing out doesn't do it justice. The fact that all of these, frankly, atrocious writing decisions were made in such a small period of time is astonishing. This is something that wouldn't pass in Creative Writing 101. You show this script to your professor and he's gonna go ham with that red pen. I usually try to avoid using terms like character assassination because I think it's an oft theatrical or dramatic way to describe decisions made in the very complicated world of fiction writing, but I can't think of many better examples than this of something that perfectly encapsulates the concept. Everything that they were building up regarding Courtney's character for the last 11 episodes is thrown aside in the most half-assed, hackneyed way.
Courtney was only pretending to be my friend? Ugh, how did I not see that? She's going down.
A tail, and it's pointed like a rat tail. I will never forgive her for this. Never! Not unless she really, really wants me to.
Something about Scott not wanting to be personified as a rat doesn't sit right with me. I feel like that's something he'd be down for.
I'll be honest with you, I don't like this whole list arc that implies that Courtney was faking her affinities with Gwen and Scott the whole time. But even if I did for some reason like that as an idea, it falls flat on its face because it directly contradicts every single thing that this season has told us up until now. If they had made confessionals with Courtney talking about using Gwen as a tool to get further in the game, I could at least credit this scene with fitting into a straightforward arc of betrayal. It would have been disappointing in a sad direction to take these two fan favorite characters, but it would have at least been written in a robust way. Certainly better than her saying she cares about Gwen the whole time and then out of nowhere bringing up some stupid list that she was keeping that had never been brought up before at all, and then literally in the next scene trying to make drama out of it. I'm going to repeat myself a lot for this episode review, because I don't think making these points once accurately captures how absurd this is. This list is a made-up MacGuffin coming out of nowhere that is being used to justify the breakup of Courtney and Scott, the end of Courtney and Gwen's relationship, and, well, spoiler alert, Courtney's elimination. And it's just a bunch of doodles done in crayon. I can't get over the crayon thing, it's way too on the nose. Courtney is at least 16 years old, and some people argue she's 18 or 19 in this season. This is not the decision-making of a young adult woman. I could let this pass if this was part of a small bit, like Courtney knowing what she's having for breakfast for the next 4 years on her PDA. There have been jokes like this in the past where characters act super immature for comedic purposes, but this goes beyond that. It's not a one-off gag. They're trying to make teen drama out of it. It reminds me a lot of Millie's List, but at least the intentions behind that as a plot device were actually established throughout the season and served some theoretical purpose. Moreover, the list was something she stopped working on after she became friends with Priya and realized she was often judging the people around her to make up for a lack of self-confidence. So basically that was a properly executed character arc, while this was about as poorly done as possible. Let's play this one scene real quick.
I only came back on the show to make things right with you.
Ow! I never really missed Duncan, but I really missed you.
Hey!
So, friends?
Totes. Friends forever. Aww.
This was so good! If you guys had stuck to this, you could have easily mended the Season 3 love triangle. I could even almost forgive Duncan's stupid good guy loser arc. At least he would have been derailed in a way that served their friendship. But no! Literally everything falls apart with this.
Thanks, Mike, but I am not getting flushed down that giant toilet. I mean, it sort of suits the others. But I am not a giant toilet swimming kind of girl.
It's also a shame that Courtney isn't even funny here. Even at her BITC-iest in seasons 2 and 3, she made up for her lack of humanity in season 1 likability by still being funny, to me at least. Here, however, she's lacking in her cutthroat competitive girl boss streak from Action World Tour. She's also lacking her goody two-shoes overachiever personality from season 1. She's just as grating, childish, and selfish as possible. It's almost as if the prime directive of this episode was to make even Courtney's biggest fans hate Courtney by removing all the things people like about her and over-accentuating the things people don't. Everyone in this season is just so childish and dumb. Ugh.
Anyway, let's continue on with this episode. There will be more to say though. I can guarantee you that much.
Behold, my sad, skinny interns.
Oh.
I totally forgot to feed them this week. I know, funny, right? So, today's challenge is a race to make a delicious sundae and serve it up to good old what's his name and who's it's over here.
Once again, I think they literally just forgot the challenges in this season are supposed to be inspired from past episodes.
In order to get the ingredients for their sundaes, the campers have to traverse the key areas of the island, like the diving cliff which has been covered in snow by an ice machine or the swamp. I don't know why this crummy summer camp in Ontario has a swamp now, but since Season 4, they've pretty much converted the island into an anything-goes null setting. At least we get to see the cafeteria again. I guess it does show up in this season. Anyway, Chris honks his horn and the race commences.
Gwen, that chart meant nothing! Ugh, seriously, it was not serious!
Save your incredibly bad breath, Chartney. From now on, it's every woman for herself.
Chartney, yes, Chartney. That's a clever turn of phrase. That's a real burn.
Ugh, why can't Gwen just be impressed with my genius and go along with it? Huh, no wonder she has such a hard time keeping friends.
Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up!
It doesn't seem really like there's any direction here on whether they want Courtney to like Scott and Gwen or not. Like I said earlier, it just seems like her stated opinion of them depends on whatever makes her look as stupid, childish, and pathetic as possible. If secretly hating them makes her look stupid and pathetic, they'll depict her as hating them. But after she gets found out, she grovels and begs because she's supposed to look as stupid, childish, and pathetic as possible. It's just not enjoyable. I am not enjoying myself. Scott takes the initial lead on the frozen cliff, but quickly loses it when he slips on the ice and nearly falls off. Gwen ends up being the first to scoop up her ice cream, and she heads off to the next area before the others. Mal also runs ahead of Zoe under some really shady pretenses, but of course, she just takes it, because Mal has an SCP creature-like ability that instantly makes you lose 20 IQ points whenever he's within your line of sight. Courtney and Zoe are in 3rd and 4th place, and maybe I'm going crazy, but one thing that's just ridiculous is how they go out of their way to make everyone's ice cream scoops look the same, except for Courtney's. They just made her scoop the ice cream like garbage for some reason.
That's so unrealistic. She used to work at an ice cream store. If anyone's gonna have perfect ice cream scoops, it's going to be Courtney. I'm sorry, we as a fandom need to address this.
I mean, sure, I can believe Zoe is good at scooping ice cream, but Scott? Come on. You've derailed Courtney so much already, and now you're derailing her scoop game. That's just low. At the swamp, the placements within the race stay pretty similar, with the exception of Mal taking the lead from Gwen and Courtney getting ahead of Zoe after Zoe gets stuck in the swamp and has a bit of a tussle with a large alligator. Scott is still in last place though. You're still the goat of the season in my heart, Scott. The cafeteria has a bowl of crushed nuts the campers need to add to the sundae, but they're being guarded by a rebuilt version of the drama machine armed with a hammer. Mal manages to stick it on Gwen, but it gets its hammer caught in the wall, allowing the both of them to escape and continue to the next checkpoint.
Oh, Gwen,
No time to chat!
Wait, I'm sorry. I never should have made that chart. I still want us to be a team. I still want us to be friends. Please don't vote me off. Vote for Zoe.
I just don't understand this constant back and forth with the way they're depicting Courtney. She likes Gwen, she hates Gwen. She likes Scott, she hates Scott. She's hot, she's cold. She's yes, she's no. Why does she keep flip-flopping this season? Oh yeah, duh.
Okay, I tell you what. I'll vote for Scott, and I'll try to convince Zoe to vote for him too.
Seriously?
I still want to be friends too. But to prove that I can trust you, you have to vote for yourself.
Get real. You're just trying to make it unanimous.
That's a chance you'll just have to take.
Wow, that's an interesting test of goodwill that's reminiscent of a conversation they had earlier this season. It would be awesome if they actually do something with it and not let it go completely unaddressed.
Something about this episode that also sort of irks me is the fact that the challenge doesn't really take anything anywhere in terms of plot. Pretty much everything that the writers want to happen in this episode is done before the race even starts. So in terms of the wider story, this challenge serves little to no purpose other than just rubbing salt in the wound. Nothing Courtney does or says changes anything.
Hello campers and welcome to the Fuck Courtney Challenge.
Wait, I thought we were making Sundays.
No, everyone fucks over Courtney now.
Who wrote this damn season?
It's just one large humiliation lap for Courtney, and to a lesser extent Scott. But Scott at least is allowed to scoop his ice cream properly. Hell, it even keeps its shape after being smashed by a robot somehow. Anyway, Mal and Gwen are the first ones to make it to the final obstacle, a fire-breathing mutant flower that grew in a pile of chocolate sauce. It's random and arbitrary, but whatever. The flower focuses its internalized incel plant rage on Mal, and in the meantime, Gwen runs ahead with the lead. Mal and Zoe do manage to get their chocolate though, just with a slight delay. Additionally, to eliminate the competition, Mal throws a rock inside of the flower's mouth and it completely explodes, rendering the chocolate totally burnt and unusable by the stragglers. Scott just puts dirt on his sundae because he canonically eats dirt now, and Courtney tries to salvage a bit of the burnt chocolate, but they make her ice cream melt. As if running several kilometers on an island over a hot summer day wouldn't melt ice cream. And then a bird just shows up and vomits on it.
Whoa, it's only melted ice cream. Chill out. You can eat around the burnt parts.
It's not even really implied that the bird vomited on her sundae because her ice cream was gross. It just makes a money shot because Courtney hates the world and the world hates Courtney now. The campers all end up running towards the finish line at the same distance because of magical off-screen events, and somehow Courtney runs ahead with her vomit-covered sundae and wins. But despite her efforts, Chris randomly changes the challenge that he created so his starving interns could finally eat and makes the campers eat their own sundaes. So the entire challenge didn't even matter, and there was no real reason to even get all of the toppings. So Courtney now has to eat an entire sundae that was covered in bird vomit, even though she's actually lactose intolerant according to season 2 episode 16. Furthermore, Chris tells the campers they're not allowed to eat anything else until they've eaten their sundae. And then the security system takes control of Squidward's house and begins attacking the city, leaving the mayor to give Squidward community service for the damage he caused. Even though SpongeBob and Patrick were in his house the whole fucking time and were responsible for everything. God, fuck this episode.
I can't do it. I can't eat disgusting foods. I'm just not gross like the others.
Yeah, except for the time you were literally able to stomach an entire 4-course meal of deliberately disgusting foods without any complaint whatsoever.
This specifically is a small continuity error, and on its own, it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, even the best seasons of this show have their share of mistakes with the finer details. They've never been super meticulous about that kind of stuff. However, when you get such obvious details wrong, in the same lines you also assassinate beloved characters, it just really stings. Remember, they literally forgot that Courtney made it to the final 4 in action this episode, an episode they used to completely dump her character. That's on a whole different level than them forgetting that Owen is the youngest of 3 brothers as opposed to the oldest. So Zoe ends up finishing the sundae first and wins the challenge, securing her immunity and her and Mike's spot in the spa hotel. Except for the fact that winners can't bring anyone in the hotel with them anymore. Courtney begs Gwen once again to not vote for her, and Gwen tells her again that she has to vote for herself, but it doesn't go anywhere. Scott makes a confessional where he votes for Courtney and we get no more information regarding the votes, other than it being 3-2 against Courtney. That's disappointing. They could have honestly saved it with Courtney at least being confirmed to vote for herself, but they completely glossed over the voting process.
Well, saved is an overstatement. It would have been more like beating me to a bloody pulp and kicking my teeth in and then putting on one Band-Aid.
You can't flush me yet. I'm still eating.
That's the spirit. Never give up. I know. We're all gonna miss her.
Well, she wasn't all bad.
With the exception of a bonus clip where she tries to feed her sundae to a couple sharks that vomit on her, that's the end of it. This is the last we ever see of Courtney, the type A, the overachiever, she who does not concede.
Nothing will ever be resolved. It's sad, really. I'm glad I had given up hope for total drama when watching this as a kid. Because if I was watching this season hoping to get something good out of it, man, I would have been devastated. This is just depressing to watch. It just feels like this show is shooting itself in the foot over and over just to spite its face. Why did this have to happen? You know, you really were the best character in the show. You had confidence, grit, and just enough insecurities to make for something really compelling. And it's all gone now. You're not funny, you're not competent, and you're certainly not the high-strung yet still vulnerable character you used to be. You're just a shell of a gad, reduced to nothing but your narcissism and a moral backbone as thin as paper. I tried to bat for you. And this is how you repay me. You know what I think, Courtney? This is what I think!
This is gonna hurt me more than hurts you. I'm putting you out of your misery. Does that hurt? Well, imagine what it feels like for me, Courtney. Imagine what it feels like for that ice cream you melted. What do you have to say for yourself? What? Oh, Courtney, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. What have I done?
On the next Total Drama All-Stars, it's all down to the final 5. Really? And everyone is turning into a mean girl.
I know, right?
Even the guys.
Out of the way!
Especially the guys.
Who asked you, comrade?
They're all so mean.
If I win, I promise we'll both go to the spa.
Except for her. It's an all-new episode of Total Drama All-Stars, Tuesday at 7, 6 Central, only on Cartoon Network.
Seriously?
One of the zingers / epic cartoon complainer Owens I'd been thinking up when tackling this episode was that its writing was fan fiction level. But honestly, I can't even say that. Because although a lot of the decisions here feel amateur and careless, the lack of effort and frankly tact within the episode as a whole pales in comparison to the enthusiasm and passion you find in fanfiction. This episode, at least from what I can tell, is lacking in enthusiasm, among a lot of other things. Even among some of my least favorite decisions made in the show thus far, I felt like I can see the vision with most of them, so to speak. I usually feel like there was an idea that someone somewhere was excited about putting into action. Here, on the other hand, not so much. I don't actually know what the intention was with this episode when it came out. Maybe they really thought they were doing good by someone, but I honest to God just don't see how. The way Courtney is treated, and honestly all the other characters as well, astounds me. Scott lost his girlfriend, Gwen lost her best friend, Courtney lost the game in her social life along with all of her likable character traits, and Zoe is literally just insert character here material at this point. Even with the direction they took in season 3 with Courtney, I still very much felt like they had a vision and there was some theoretical audience they were trying to please or entertain with the Gwunkin stuff. It doesn't feel like that here. It feels like this episode was written as someone's homework that they didn't want to do. Going back to the red pen analogy, I see. I don't actually know anyone who worked on this show personally, so I don't want to pretend to know what happened behind Fresh TV's closed doors. But it's just hard to watch this episode and believe anyone aspire to do more than the bare minimum. And I think the fans picked up on that, because this is easily the most critically panned episode in the show's history.
And I think I'm gonna have to agree with the YouTubers and DeviantArt Atrocity template users. This is probably the worst episode in Total Drama history. It's bad.
That is so bad, you need a new word for how bad that is.
I guess I'm not factoring in Dramarama when I say that, because frankly, Dramarama is its own can of worms. But of all the mainline seasons in Redonkulous Race, I can't think of a worse episode, even including Paketeo, which is a season that I do not like, really do not like. Because as much as I don't like Sugar, I don't think Paketeo Island ever has an episode that fumbles on every single count in the same way Sundae Muddy Sundae does.
The chart alone is already kind of a stupid plot device, but when you add that to the fact that it was introduced out of nowhere in contradiction to the story so far, and how Mal just showed it to the others with no explanation on where he got it, it's the stuff of legends.
Maybe I'm biased, given that this episode is derailing my favorite character in the show. I know not everyone likes Courtney, and trust me, when someone tells me they do not like her, I get it. There are a lot of things about Courtney I don't think everyone is going to find as funny as I do.
I want a prize! I want a prize! I want a prize!
All right already!
So if you agree with me that it sucks to see our girl boss, A-type law student Princess Queen reduced to this, then cool, we're on the same page. But if you happen to not like Courtney and think she was done justice in this episode, I guess I should still point to the fact that her sudden betrayal is just taken out of nowhere and contradicts all of her actions and thoughts from earlier in the season. There are so many bits earlier on that show Courtney as genuinely missing Gwen and Scott as people in her life, often talking about it to herself outside of any other player's range of hearing, yet suddenly she's just stringing Scott along in the game and lying about wanting to be friends with Gwen. Her mission completely changes. It's inconsistent, it's contradictory, it's shot-worthy. The best explanation I can come up with is that she is just so excited about being in the final 5 that she's willing to throw everything under the bus for the chance of getting the million. But that still does not come down easy, because 1, that plot point is done in tandem with them blatantly forgetting that she admitted to the final 4 before. 2, the chart serves no purpose and doesn't really need to exist because basically all that matters is that she now wants to take Scott to the final 2 instead of Gwen. And frankly, Courtney is smart enough to not even need to write that down with a visual guide. And 3, once again, this came out of nowhere and there is no explanation on how Mal got it. Even past the Courtney stuff, this episode just underperforms way more than usual. Zoe is even dumber than usual this episode because of how oblivious she is to Mike. There's a line where Zoe reflects on Alejandro saying that there is a greater evil lurking, and Zoe literally thinks he's referring to Courtney instead of Mal. It's just such eye-roll writing.
Alright, I think that's probably it, more or less. Sundae Muddy Sundae is a dead horse at this point, and frankly, I don't think there's much to be said about the episode that hasn't already been said. Except for the fact that they went out of their way to make Courtney's ice cream look like it was scooped horribly. That is insane. More people need to talk about that.
But yeah, once again, this is the last we ever see of Courtney, and that's really sad to me. She's been my #1 favorite character for, well, longer than some of you have been alive, and the way she was treated is something that will always frustrate me. The show trashed her like she was a piece of gum that was stuck to its shoe. I think I would have rather she just not been in this season, to be honest. If it all ended in World Tour, at least she would have still been funny. But here, we almost get it all fixed up, and then right at the critical moment, they make it worse. It stings, man. One thing that bummed me out while doing research for this video was seeing how the Total Drama Wiki basically only lists Courtney as having one actual friend in the entire show, that being Bridget. And that bums me out for 2 reasons. I mean, 1, it's sad that she has no friends other than Bridget. I mean, Bridget's cool, but that's still a downer. The main reason is that it goes to show how Courtney's demeanor is changed to burn every single bridge on screen after season 1. And the only reason nothing ever happened between her and Bridget is that the 2 of them never interact post-Island. Pre-action Courtney seemed to actually have goals in life other than just the complete ruination of the entire world around her, and her genuine friendship with Bridget that just formed naturally is a good example about how there once was a time where Courtney acted sort of like a normal human being. Though, it didn't last long, and actually, I'm honestly grateful they kept them apart for every season following because we already have enough Island character dynamics that were ruined in later seasons.
Anyway, I think now is a good time to finally shut the hell up about Courtney. Well, a good time would have probably been before I started setting fires, but whatever.
Actually, let's take a rain check on not talking about Courtney, because episode 12 literally opens up with Scott saying that he wishes Courtney wasn't gone. They seem really indecisive about whether they want Scott to miss Courtney or not. Last episode, he literally tried as hard as he could in the challenge solely because he wanted her to lose immunity. I guess you could argue that he seemed to have mixed feelings about it, because he did say he might forgive her if she really wants him to and she wasn't all that bad, but after last episode, the Katy Perry lyric behavior of any character is touchy. It's touchy. After a bit of Final Four talk from our Final Four, we shift focus to the Mike subplot. I gotta say, with the whole Crimson Brain interior setting, along with the fact that all of Mike's personalities look almost identical, these scenes look a bit silly. I mean, I'll suspend my disbelief, but it just looks like they're in the pre-1.16 Minecraft Nether, but everyone just looks like Steve because the skin servers went down. The gang comes across Manitoba, who's been tasked with destroying Mike's dreams, and Mike tries to convince him to help them defeat Mal. Manitoba brings up an important question though. Why should he even bother helping Mike, given that Mike is just trying to retake primary control of the body? The others agree with Manitoba, and Mike tells them that he deserves to be in control because he's the original personality. As proof, he takes out some random wallet to show the others, but all it shows is that Mal is the real OG.
What a twist!
Wow, that is actually interesting. There's a lot of implications there. Too bad it doesn't go anywhere.
Strange.
I am so bored! I miss my cottage! Did you know the soap here is made of soap? What am I, a peasant? And 600 thread count bed sheets? It's like sleeping on sandpaper!
Okay, I'd love to chat more, but I'm about to have a bathroom emergency. The explosive kind.
Way to overshare!
Phew.
I've kind of stopped making this point because I've said it a million times, but it's really a shame that Chris was so flanderized over time. Because he can actually be really funny when he has any character trait other than just enjoying the pain of the contestants. Whiny, bored man-child Chris is the best part of this episode, by far.
Zoe shoos Chris off by making a conversation unrelated to poop related to poop, and she finally manages to find the evidence Alejandro hid within one of the Chris portraits. So, was that portrait already just missing his teeth, or whatever? She puts the DVD in the not-so-secret production room and finds out that Mike has been Mal this entire time.
I can't believe how long Mike's been Mal. Ugh, I feel like such a fool for not realizing sooner.
Tell me about it. Understatement of the century right there.
Zoe's sudden distrust of Mike really hits its peak when they talk the following morning, and Mal, pretending to be Mike, tells her that he's the same guy who gave her the bracelet last season, and that confirms to her that he's faking, because he gave her a necklace, not a bracelet. Who knew that Mike's sobriety chip would still be this important of a plot device? Wow. They don't actually say what specifically this episode's challenge is themed after, but because of the whole pirate theme and the fact that each camper is given their own individual goal, it's very reminiscent of the pirate challenge in season 1. The one where Heather kisses Trent and makes everyone hate her but gets immunity by complete coincidence. Each of the campers is given a certain item hidden somewhere on the island they have to bring back to the dock. The last person to come back is immediately eliminated, and the winner gets to choose whom to take with them to the finale. Zoe has to somehow corral Sasquatch and Aqua, Gwen has to bring back an intact portrait from the destroyed Playa de Losers, Scott has to bring back a special diamond, and Mal has to bring back the original Gilded Chris. Scott is told that the diamond he needs to find is on an abandoned pirate ship that just so happens to be on the coast of the island for some reason. I don't really understand why there's an abandoned pirate ship on the coast of a freshwater lake in Canada. Do those just show up here? Like it's a Minecraft map? I'm gonna have to double up on the Minecraft jokes. He's literally trying to get a diamond too. The problem though, as you can see, is that the diamond is guarded by none other than Fang. Not good for poor Scott. Because of the fact that Chris has no idea where the original gilded statue is hidden, Mal opts to not even try to find it and instead sabotage the others. He tries to initially sabotage Gwen by trying to knock her out using a steel pipe. I'm pretty sure that's straight up attempted murder. Luckily, she notices him before he gets the chance to hit her, and he plays it off in his typical bad liar way. He breaks a wooden beam and covers her in 2 tons of debris immediately after though.
Whoopsies.
Gwen! Oh my gosh, are you okay? Don't worry, I'll go get help.
He's not even trying at this point. He's just phoned it in.
He then shifts his focus to Scott and promises to help him win in exchange for a place in the finale. But instead of actually helping, he catches Scott in one of his own classic traps and lets Fang beat the ever-loving crap out of him. The only person who actually manages to meet their goal in a straightforward way is Zoe, who manages to bait Sasquatch and Aqua by stealing his breakfast and leading him back to Chris.
Well, I can't say I care for how you did it, but
you did do it. Zoe wins again!
It's kind of weird that Zoe has won the last 3 challenges when at the same time she's debatably had the least narrative focus in each of them. She's just silently taking the win each time.
And here's Mal and Scott. So many empty hands. What's a host to do?
Did Chris seriously just call him Mal? That's, kind of an unfortunate slip-up. I don't know if it's shot-worthy, but Chris has not done that at all in front of any other competitor. I think that was genuinely just a goof on behalf of the writers.
To be fair, it's not like I'm above making mistakes like that. My dumbass somehow called marshmallows mushrooms like 3 different times in the last video, and I did not notice throughout the entire process of writing, recording, and editing. That's bad.
Sorry, Pappy, I would have caught the shiny rock, but the sea pig ate it.
Uh-huh. What's your excuse?
Okay, I didn't find the loot I was assigned, but I did bring back another kind of treasure. An injured competitor. Your favorite.
It's true. Injured players are some of my favorite things. Well played.
Gwen manages to crawl out of all the junk and luckily comes across an intact oil painting of Chris, but her stroke of good luck quickly goes sour when she accidentally smudges it. She opts to try to restore it with some berries and mud from the forest, but struggles to find a source of a dark brown color to do his hair with, even though Chris's hair is black both in the painting and the show. This little comedy of errors reaches its climax when she comes across a bear taking a dump, and notices that its poop is the perfect color, so she uses it. She arrives last and tries to show Chris her restoration work, and she ended up doing kind of an awful job. I know you really like art, Gwen, but you kinda suck at it. It's a cute reference to the whole Eche Olmo restoration debacle from 2012. Chris smells it though and vomits all over it and chooses to eliminate Gwen for defacing him.
Well, at least she wasn't that derailed this season. She was just a more boring version of herself. The disappointing arcs that involved her were sort of happening around her, if that makes sense. I'll take that over personality Duncan and Shark Courtney any day. Cam-obsessed Sierra too.
Also, this is 2 episodes in a row where characters try to bring back items of importance to Chris covered in animal excreta. If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Mal smiles at his making it to the final 3, and we zoom back into his mind to see Mike finding out that he's not the original personality. It continues directly off the conversation that happened the previous night, as if there hadn't been like 18 hours of time between him opening the wallet and now.
I can't believe the abstract depiction of alters within a system's subconscious doesn't make temporal sense. The nerve!
Svetlana actually says that it doesn't matter who the first personality is, since Mike is the best personality out of all of them. Surprisingly, they all agree with that. I'd assume there'd be at least a small discussion to be had there. Also, the whole concept of Mal being the original is immediately thrown away, and it's implied that the primary personality license or whatever Mike whipped out was just a fake that Mal made. Because you can't go anywhere in Mike's brain without your personality license. Anyway, Gwen takes the flush of shame, and Zoe gets to choose her opponent in the finale. Scott acts like he has a chance for some reason. I don't get why. From his perspective, he's oblivious to the Mal thing, and Mike is dating Zoe, so why would he get picked? Even though Zoe knows about Mal now, she still chooses to take him to the finale as a last-ditch effort to try and help Mike regain control of his body. So, we get another couple finale. Not only is it a couple finale, but it's also a finale between 2 of the new-gen characters. I really did not like that as a kid, but I was also super biased against the Revenge of the Island cast back then. Still though, my dream All-Stars finale would have probably been Courtney and Joe, or Anthony Fantano and Courtney or something. Frankly, my ideal season 5 looks really different from what we actually got. We definitely wouldn't have had Zoe make it to the final 3 twice in a row within the Switchy timeline. It doesn't even feel like the season is almost over. This episode wasn't particularly stand out in a good or a bad way in the same way the last one was, and ironically because of that, it's sort of jarring. The semi-final challenges throughout this show have historically been so dramatic, and this one leaves me kind of dumbfounded because of that. This feels like a relatively low-key mid-season episode, if we're being honest.
I guess it's not such a bad thing. It's just not a very ambitious episode, and by the time it's over, I'm like, oh, that's the final 2. Okay then. Finale time.
I guess this is just something that happens when you're on your 5th season of a show, but a lot of the weight of the game and its potential rewards has dissipated by now. The show hardly treats the fact that Mal or Zoe is about to win $1 million as, like, a big deal at this point. I guess I can't fault them too much, because if they kept hyping it up over and over again, it would run really stale. Like, we get it. Someone's gonna win $1 million. Maybe they can buy a house or something. Inside of Mike's mind, the 5 Season 4 personalities finally arrive at Mal's tower. Mike attempts to open the door, and it immediately falls over and crushes them all to death. Actually, they all band together and are able to lift the door up once they get Chester to stop slacking and help out. They all really need each other. That's cute. Kinda. Sorta. I'm trying to be optimistic where I can. Mike relishes in his triumph after making it to the tower, only to find out that his journey is far from over.
Hey, you know, people love walking upstairs. I'm pretty sure people hate walking upstairs.
Good morning, finalists. Meet me in the forest clearing and get ready to diet. Sorry, typo. Ready to die.
Thanks again for bringing me to the finale. I know things have been...
I didn't do it for you. I did it for Mike. And you can drop the act.
Oh, what a relief. Pretending to be that boring was really getting to me.
I'll take boring Mike over evil Mal any day.
Oh, Zoe, don't you get it yet? There's no longer a choice. Mike is gone, and he's never coming back.
You would think the existential dilemma of Mike and Mal's battle for existence would be more interesting, but I'm just kinda, like, whatever about it. The whole build up to this drama has been paced just badly. I'm tired of mincing words. This hasn't been enjoyable.
Congratulations on making it to the finale. It's something you'll regret for the rest of your lives, which will likely be rather short since this final challenge is so vicious, so brutal, so savage that our lawyer said we had to change it.
So you made it less dangerous?
No, but we told them we did. High five.
People gonna die.
Yeah, those people.
I know I'm not the first person to say this, but Chris has lost so much charm over the seasons. It seems that his only directive now is hurting the competitors and nothing else. Even his vanity is underplayed at this point. There was something infectious about him in the early seasons, and I think a big part of it came from the times we saw him soften up a bit or show some humanity. I mean, we don't need to have him cuddle Chef in every episode, but I think in the past it seemed like he would try and keep the show interesting in ways other than just, you know, violence. I mean, there have been times where people who worked on the show expressed frustration with Chris McClane's flanderization. It's just not that interesting.
Especially because this challenge really isn't even that deadly or over the top. It's probably not even in the top 5 most deadly challenges in the show so far.
Chris displays a myriad of different weapons for the finalists to use. Mal chooses the meatball cannon and Zoe chooses her bow and arrow, and the two are tasked with popping balloons filled with former contestants this season, including Duncan, even though he literally went to jail. The balloons are also filled with Owen's bean-induced farts, and man, even when he's farting up a storm, he is one hell of a sight for sore eyes. I missed him so much, man. Anyway, the campers are tasked with popping as many balloons as they can for 30 seconds, and any of the former contestants freed from their fart-filled prison will help their savior in the final challenge. Zoe manages to free Cameron and Gwen, and Mal frees Heather and Alejandro.
I've never minded the character favoritism in the show too much, but it is funny that everyone popped through this apparently random method happened to be both a finalist from a previous season and also a character who is well acquainted with at least one other person on their team.
Time's up! Oh, intern! Go collect the helpers, please. Ooh, yeah, probably should have tied them down.
It feels like every single finale now there's some sort of song and dance I have to do talking about some really morbid fate for a character.
There's Zeek and Alejandro being submerged in lava, Scott's body horror Star Trek reference, and now this. The entire remaining cast of Total Drama All-Stars floating into the sun. I'm not even shocked or uncomfortable at this point. I'm mostly just apathetic.
I really do think it's a testament to how little this season's direction aligns with what the majority of fans of this show actually watch it for. What? You thought we were gonna bring back all the characters to cheer the remaining contestants on like in every other season? Psh, no, we're gonna kill them all off by having them fly into the sun in floating fart balloons. Like, seriously?
Like a lot of infamous scenes in this season, I just can't help but wonder who the theoretical audience was in this scene that they were trying to appeal to. What emotion are they even trying to evoke? Am I supposed to like this? Because I don't, and it seems that most fans of the show at the time and now feel the same way. I guess my best guess is that it's just supposed to be a bit of callous black comedy, given that everyone in the show is presumably dead and literally no one cares, not even Zoe. And I guess if that was the intention, I kinda see it, but I just don't think it's the right move, at all. These are beloved, legendary veteran characters, and also Sam and Sierra, floating away for a 2-bit punchline. And it's not hard to feel the sting, given that, as I said earlier, this is the first finale where they don't bring everyone back to watch. They don't just not come back, they spend their last seconds ever on Total Drama floating towards the heart of the sun, like the Pink Floyd song.
This is a really bad habit they spiraled into, at least in my opinion. Even World Tour, a season I love a lot, still has this need to torture its characters and treat them as expendable. They're not stopping here, but at this point, it's not even done as some sort of theoretical comeuppance for a character. It's just, hey, what if we kill off our entire cast?
I should probably clarify to you that at least according to the creators, no one technically died. All the balloons popped and they just fell into the lake unharmed. Or at least, that's what I'm told based on Reddit threads. I can't actually find any primary source on it. So it might just be another viral internet rumor like Lashana getting voted out because her voice actress was busy. How do people believe that? That's not how animated TV shows get produced. Though honestly, and this is just speculation to be fair, I think someone important probably did say something to that effect because of how unpopular this bit is. I remember hating it when I first saw it, and I know I wasn't alone. I see it as pretty likely that it was said somewhere, but the interview or blog post where it happened is lost because a lot of those old avenues of communication haven't been preserved well. Either way, Terry McUrin has at least stated that no one in the show has canonically died as of the reboot, so whether they said it back then or not isn't super relevant. Every Total Drama competitor so far is still alive, at least according to Terry. Except for Biro. It's a shame he died.
Andrew Ultra, did the characters canonically die when they were flown into the sun?
No comment, talk to my lawyer.
Really?
I'm busy, clearly, alright? I can't...
But like the
creators,
Regardless of what one considers to be canon or not, it's not much of a surprise that so many people get the impression that this was lethal. This is literally the last time we ever see them not in a preschool alternate universe, and the episode has a running gag where the lawyers call Chris and scream at him for being so reckless. They didn't even bother with that when Alejandro got burned alive in lava. Where the hell were they then? Chris gives a rundown regarding the whole helper role to the non-balloon victims and makes a special point that they can only help their finalist win and they have no chance of winning themselves. I assumed that was obvious. He kinda says that expecting Heather to start whining about it, but surprisingly, she doesn't. He screams at her through the loudspeaker thinking she can't hear him, but she can. She's just okay with it.
Alejandro and I are fine with the rules.
Oh no! Are you two dating?
We don't want the money.
The money was getting in the way of our happiness.
Once we were eliminated, we could finally be together.
And together, we are happy.
That's what I was gonna say.
I knew you were going to say that.
I knew you knew.
No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Out! Get out! That is the most disgusting thing that has ever happened in there.
Frankly, I would much rather watch Heather and Alejandro baby talk each other for 20 minutes than anything this episode has in store. It would run thin, but still, it beats this Mal shit.
This season, I decided to come up with something really dangerous. Special. Yeah, special for the both of you. Say hello to the final challenge of Total Drama All-Stars. The Moats of Doom.
That's it? That's the setting of the final challenge? It looks like a birthday cake, or a Mario 64 level. Seriously, tell me that doesn't look like Whomp's Fortress. Well, actually, comparing this to Whomp's Fortress is insulting, because Whomp's Fortress is a delightful romp through platforming perfection with a myriad of unique challenges and aesthetics. This is just 3 moats of lava, toxic waste, and shark-infested water. It's literally just insert challenge here material. I guess they also have to dodge Chef's meatballs at the top as they try and pull out a sword. Honestly, not helping their case. I'm totally kicking this episode while it's already down, but I also have to say, it's a bit sad how much this episode keeps on posturing about how deadly and over the top this challenge is, when it's just not. The constant confessionals about how crazy this is leads me to feel like this episode is trying to compensate for itself. Zoe tells her helpers to go easy on Mal because she doesn't want to hurt Mike, but Cameron admits he has little faith that Mike can actually be saved and thinks he might be gone forever. Idiot. What are you, stupid, Cameron? You don't have magical cameras that can show you the inner workings of Mike's subconscious? Dummy. I guess you don't got the know to know, you know? Zoe cries about the fact that the love of her life might be gone forever for like 2 seconds, and just wipes off and immediately gets over it, because even though Zoe and Mike's arc seems like the only thing Fresh TV had any interest in developing this season, they still can't commit to any emotionally driven tone for more than a few seconds. Anyway, the challenge finally begins with the two finalists attempting to cross the moat of toxic waste. Zoe makes it across after Cameron recommends she and Gwen cross using his bubble. Mal tries to throw Heather in and use her as a raft, literally, that's his plan, but Alejandro saves her life by offering him a long bamboo stick or something to use as a pole vault. Alejandro and Heather ask him how they're supposed to get across, but he just tells them to figure something out. Because he's a jerk. Luckily, they just canoe across through a hollowed out log. It's so romantic, even with Heather's RBF. With both of the finalists now on the second level of the gigantic birthday cake, we take another trip into Mike's inner psyche, just in time for the gang to arrive at the top of the tower.
Oh, come on! We came all the way up here for a lousy button?
It's a reset button, you ninny.
What? What does it do?
Resets your noggin. Push it, then poof, you're just you again. Just Mike.
Whoa, 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 Chester! What happens to us?
Yeah, what happens to you guys?
What part of poof don't you understand?
Oh, that's not... Oh. This is about to go way above my pay grade.
Mal makes his way towards Cameron and Gwen and throws them down a level, and although he is physically assaulting them, you have to give him credit for not throwing them in the lava. You would think based on how cartoonishly evil he is, he would try to do that. Fortunately, the helpers buy Zoe just enough time to run over the lava before the ladder completely disintegrates.
You gotta give Gwen and Cam props for this, because seriously, what's in it for them? I mean, Zoe's nice, but I'm not gonna risk being thrown into a pit of lava so someone else could win money. Gwen and Cam are honestly ride or die.
Mal is quick to pursue Zoe and jumps over the moat of lava with a pogo stick and lands right on her as they fall into the water. He's straight up trying to drown her. He pushes her down as she tries to hold in her breath until something happens and he stops in his tracks. Or his splash. I don't know how to adjust that idiom for water. We zoom into Mike's head again with Mal now trapped inside of the whole subconscious pocket dimension or whatever.
Huh? Impossible. Where's my tower? It's gone, Mal. It's gone for good. No. How did you do this? The five of us did something you would never do. I just can't. If pushing this button is gonna get rid of you guys, then I won't do it. Hey, yo. Don't think of it as getting rid of us for good. We'll all still be a part of you in a way.
It's worth it to stop Mal.
All right, ladies, enough of your blubbering. Let's do this already.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this.
You.
Ah!
No, don't do this. No one will ever cross you with me in charge. I'm a part of you. Yep, a part of me that I don't need anymore. Goodbye, Mal. No, it's my time!
Mike, is it really you? Like, really?
From now on, I'm all Mike, all the time.
I don't even know what to say, man. This is not what I signed up for. I just wanted to talk about cartoons. And, unless I'm really washed, at least a couple 100,000 people are going to watch this video, so what the hell am I supposed to say?
Okay, excuse my little pity party, but yeah, this is a heavy topic. For those of you uninitiated to 11 years worth of total drama community discourse, this scene is infamous for a hell of a lot of reasons. I mean, for starters, shoot, this whole season-wide arc, ending with Mike pressing a button that fixes everything, is laughable from a writing perspective. Deus Ex Machina doesn't even begin to cover it. Ugh, there I go again with my made-up cartoon YouTuber words.
How did I get here? Oh, I pressed a button, lol. Fuck it, I guess you'll win.
You spent this entire season building up Mal as a villain, but in the end, it was pretty simple to take care of him. He's literally about to drown Zoe, but just in the nick of time, Mike and his 4 other personalities press a button that just resets his brain, and everyone but him disappears. He also inherits all of their special abilities like he's on New Game Plus. Or, well, it's really just Svetlana's acrobatics. At face value, it seems lazy, and I struggle to think that there's much more to it. I've heard people try to find some genius in it online by saying that the entire thing is some sort of allegory for Mike accepting himself or something, but I've never really bought it. This show has never been much for subtext, and I think a lot of the fans want to fill in the gaps of their own headcanons and interpretations because this whole arc has the potential to have a lot more to it. I certainly am partial to theories like the idea that Mal was created as some sort of psychological defense mechanism for Mike, but based on how this whole thing was handled, my impression is that the author's intent for having him as a character is just for the novelty of evil Mike as a figure within the show's plot and nothing else. But listen, the reason I'm suddenly really serious and uncomfortable isn't because this scene is kind of stupid and anticlimactic from a writing perspective. I mean, it is, but that's not why I'm suddenly all tense. The reason I'm tense is that this scene has gotten a fair share of criticism by fans for its portrayal of dissociative identity disorder, specifically the whole point about Mike resetting his brain and almost instantaneously losing all of his alters. Pretty much everyone I've seen talk about it says it's an unrealistic portrayal of the subject matter, but I've also seen quite a few folks say it's straight up harmful, with varying degrees of intensity. And I'm gonna be honest with you all, I really don't know how to approach this, especially because DID is such a complicated topic, and approaching it in the realm of pop culture is an endeavor that could add several more hours to this video if I wanted it to.
That's a big part of what makes this subject matter kind of hard to talk about, because there's a long history of fictionalized depictions of dissociative identity disorder in pop culture. And unfortunately, it appears that most people's ideas of what DID actually is based on these things instead of, like, real life.
By the way, I'm not an exception. I mean, sure, I can read Wikipedia articles about it, but if I decided to start lecturing you guys about DID and how much of a moral failure it was for Fresh TV to depict a person with a mental disorder instantly recovering from said mental disorder by, resetting their brain, it would feel disingenuous to me.
I mean, for one, it was over a decade ago when there was much less awareness about DID as a real thing, and it seems that nowadays, key individuals regret the way Mike was handled. But also, I don't know anything about this. I am not a psychologist. I also don't have DID, and I don't closely know anyone who does. I do not feel like I am someone worth listening to regarding this as an issue, and the only thing I can comfortably give as advice are vague platitudes. Some of you might say I still should take a strong stance on this reset button plot point, specifically because of how abrupt and simplistic it is about such heavy subject matter, and at least from my layman's perspective, it seems that this probably is a harmful representation of DID. However, saying that leads me to a whole new question. If Season 5 Mike is harmful representation, then what about Season 4 Mike? Was that harmful? If we look outside of total drama, it opens up a whole world of questions I can't comfortably answer. Was Xenogears harmful representation? What about Ace Attorney 6? I'm not asking this rhetorically. I'm genuinely asking because I don't know, and I don't feel comfortable addressing this with confidence if I can't answer those questions. One of the most important lessons I've learned these past few years is although it's a blast to have developed the audience I have, there are some things about it that I needed to adjust to. Namely, when a lot of people watch your videos, a lot of people watch your videos. I'm not just making videos for my friends anymore. I have tens of thousands of viewers, all with their own beliefs, perspectives, lived experiences, and ways of communicating. Some of you watching this know more about total drama than I do, while some of you have never even seen the show. Some of you look up to me and take what I say incredibly seriously, and some of you, well, not so much. I have some major pull, at least in this small section of the animation community, and despite what you might think, that's not something I take lightly. I don't really feel comfortable speaking firmly on sensitive issues such as this, because I don't think I have any good answers to a lot of good questions surrounding this topic.
I'm just one nerd on the internet who knows a lot about internet culture and total drama. I can talk your ear off about Courtney's chart. That's in my domain. I can whine about the animators not bothering to rig Joe with pajamas. That's all me. On the other hand, the issue of positive representation in mental illness is something I don't know much about. And Lord knows we already have enough people in this world talking about stuff they don't know much about. That's not to say you shouldn't try to learn. You definitely should, and I encourage you to do your own research about DID, and listen to the perspectives of people more equipped to address these questions. There are absolutely conversations to be had. I just don't know if I'm really the person to do it.
I know that was a drawn-out way of saying that I don't feel comfortable talking about this, but I hope I'm making sense, and I don't want to downplay the importance of these conversations. I just think it's outside of my area of expertise.
Mike reunites with Zoe and they finally have their first on-screen kiss. Apparently. I assumed it had happened by now, but every single time they got close, they were interrupted by some other character's nonsense. Yeah, we can fast-track Cameron kissing Courtney in one episode, but our key couple for the last 2 seasons? We had to make you wait.
Love is a fine, fine thing.
That's it! This is the finale! It's about pain and betrayal. And pain! Not hugs and kissing. Pain! That's it! New rules! Anyone who gets the sword out of the stone wins the $1 million. Anyone?
Oh no, you don't!
Oh boy. This is much better.
It's always bittersweet how vindicated I feel when the show so perfectly encapsulates the main criticism I've been giving it for half a decade now. Say the line, Switchy! Total Drama's later seasons consistently sacrifice genuine heartfelt character interaction for lackluster attempts at comedy. Yay! I mean, to be fair, there are a lot worse long-term examples of this than this scene, but it really just serves as a reminder of how little this era of the show ever wants to try and make you feel anything sentimental, that they have to turn it into a joke about how the characters are making the show worse by liking each other. This spiral really started in World Tour, but it was forgivable for me back then because I found that season hilarious. But starting in season 4, the dialogue has just been getting less and less sharp, and at this point, I rarely find it reaching even the bare minimum.
Wakey, wakey! Nothing.
So they're sacrificing sentimentality for comedy that just isn't doing anything, at least for me. I guess for the folks who really like this season's sense of humor, the mileage varies. To this season's credit, the consequences of Chris changing the rules aren't bad. Gwen and Cameron are super happy for Mike and Zoe and don't feel the need to let the lure of the money get in the way with that. Heather and Al immediately drop their heart-throbbing love for each other, but honestly, I think that suits them. There's something endearing to me about how they're desperately in love with each other but still see each other as adversaries. It's a very good dynamic.
I'm sorry, I don't care if it's vanilla. I love enemies to lovers. I love enemies to lovers, and none of you can stop me.
I think honestly the whole anyone can win the million thing was just tacked on to add a teeny bit of drama since now that Mal's gone, well, Mike and Zoe are good sports about this whole thing and are probably going to split the money to some extent. Either way, Heather and Al are really only in the equation for like 2 shots, and after that the attention is pretty much entirely on Mike and Zoe. Well, maybe not only Mike and Zoe.
Ooh, some impressive maneuvers from both Mike and Zoe! And unimpressive shooting from Chef.
Don't say that, Chris! I'm sure that Chef is trying his best!
Aw, thank you, sweetie. At least somebody appreciates it.
Yes! Yes! You all thought this season was out of surprises, but no! The Switchy Sweep lives on! I am the true Total Drama All-Star! It's not Mike, not Zoe, and it sure as hell isn't Sam! Because I swept with the Switchy Sword! I am unstoppable! I am inevitable! Anyway, although Switchy is actually the true canon winner of Total Drama All-Stars, there are alternate endings for Mike and Zoe winning respectively. And they are, they're alright, I guess. I guess the best way to put it is that I vividly remember who I saw win each season live on TV for seasons 1, 2, 3, and 4. But for All-Stars, I had to genuinely double check. It was Mike, at least for the original Cartoon Network broadcast in the land of hot dogs and jet planes. I totally forgot though. I think it's honestly because, well, one, admittedly, I didn't care much when I was watching at that point, but also, like, they are so similar that you blink and you miss it. Essentially, in one scene, Chris makes fun of Chef's aim and Zoe sticks up for him, telling Chris that he's trying his best. And then in the meantime, Mike picks up the sword. Off screen. In an alternate timeline, Chris makes fun of Chef and then it cuts to Mike adding on to the pain by ganging up on poor Chef's hatchet, and then Zoe takes the sword. At least it was on screen this time. After that though, it's almost exactly the same, at least from what I can tell. I guess the blocking is slightly different in the few shots they have to do it in, but those are pretty rare. In previous seasons, we'd have longer conversations involving the results of the game, but not here at all. It is cut and dry. We don't even see Mike or Zoe touch the case. You can even see how in the bonus clip they placed the $1 million right between the two of them so it could work in both endings. It's a bit cheap, but given that Mike and Zoe are dating and will likely share the prize money regardless, it at least makes sense. I mean, it's cutting corners, but this season cuts so many corners it might as well be a circle. And getting pissed at it over this would be akin to getting pissed at John Wayne Gacy for going 10 above the speed limit. Anyway, Cameron congratulates the respective winner, and Chris McLean has the producers on the phone, and they were so happy with the finale that they're going to fast-track the following season with an all-new cast. They were just so happy. They saw the Total Drama All-Stars finale and were thrilled enough to instantly order a new season.
Seriously, that was probably the worst time in the show's history to pat themselves on the back like that.
Immediately after announcing Pakateo Island, oh boy, I'm sure we're all thrilled, the island begins to start shaking and steam erupts from the stone that the Excalibur thing had been taken out of. It's revealed that Chef created the insert total drama obstacles here with a fracking machine, and doing something like that on an island this small will cause it to sink. And sink it does, and we get a surprisingly ambitious sequence of the island falling apart with some Mozart playing in the background. And I gotta say, the fact that this season, which has derailed so many arcs, ruined so many relationships, and presumably just killed off most of its cast, ends with the complete utter destruction of the show's original historic setting, well, I guess you can find something poetic in that. But only with 11 years of retrospect, really. I was pissed off when this happened. A lot of people were pissed off. This is a small note, but the fact that they do a better job at ensuring the canon safety of the interns and the most popular members of their legacy cast, and also Sam and Sierra, is fascinating. That anyone even thought it was a good idea blows my mind. That's how they finish off the first 2 generations, with the island completely destroyed, all but 6 of the former contestants flown into the sun, and the show somehow has the gall to pat itself on the back. Can you see why people hated this finale so much?
I just don't understand what this season's obsession with attempting this kind of no-hugging, no-learning style of humor is. Attempting is a big word though, because it almost never hits me, and it certainly didn't back then.
With the exception of Mike and Zoe, who do get some sort of cushy resolution with a lot of baggage regarding the whole Mal thing, and also kinda Cam and Gwen, almost every single character is treated as expendable and deserving of the pain they received in this season. And I don't think this show is playing to its strengths when it does that. There's a common discussion point about how much the contestants of Total Drama suffer and how they're all ruined, and yeah, there's a lot of examples of that, but I feel like the whole meme of Total Drama psychologically and physically damaging its players beyond repair wasn't a thing until season 3. The only example I can think of before that is the whole theory that Trent had brain damage led him to be so paranoid in season 2, and that's why he and Gwen broke up. But even with the fact that the given circumstances and changing behavior was ridiculous and made no sense, there still was an attempt to address it in a meaningful way and have Gwen and Trent learn and grow from it. Except for the one stupid Trent line in the finale, but still. I feel like this show is letting go of a lot of its draw and its refusal to ever get emotional. I said this in my controversial opinions video, but it feels like only season 1 and occasionally season 2 had the courage to show a little bit of heart. It's not like season 1 didn't put its characters through the ringer, but when you look at the finale there's this really prevalent theme of, yeah, this TV show experience sucked, but I've learned a lot from it, and at least I met these awesome people and became more confident in myself. I loved, I lost, and I saw boobies. At this point though, yeah, no hugging, no learning, no boobies even. It stings for me extra here, because even though this habit really started in season 3 was still hilarious. I don't know what happened after that, but as I said, in my opinion, the humor and the writing dropped hard, and I have no idea why. I still like Revenge of the Island, but I find it way less funny than World Tour, and All Stars continues the trend downwards. So without the humor, what the hell is left here? Not much. It's jarring how much less this finale does than all the other ones. I mean, at the very least, every finale before this was willing to bring back the eliminated cast to spectate. Seasons 2 and 3 even were willing to let the legacy characters who didn't compete in the season show up. This time, like, yeah, not only are they not cheering the finalists on, they're being sent to die in the sun. How did they think that was a good idea? I mean, gosh, it's like an anti-finale. It feels like everything I traditionally like about season finales is intentionally done away with. At least Mike and or Zoe and or Switchy gets to keep the money. Side note, going back to the whole destruction of the island thing, there's something hilarious about the fact that 10 years later in the reboot, they seem to just bring the island back in every way but name. Because based on a lot of the dodgy claims of key show personnel, it seems that it's not canonically supposed to be Wawanakwa. It's actually a satirical art installation called Dumb Camp Wawanakwa, where they filmed Dumb Total Drama Island, hosted by Dumb Chris McLean and Dumb Chef. I don't even know why they felt the need to be so reticent about it in the reboot. If they just canonically made a joke about them fishing it out, I would have been so chill with that. I mean, it's kinda sad how Wawanakwa has become the Green Hill Zone of Total Drama, but I would still prefer the characters being back there instead of this weird facsimile.
I know I'm jumping all over the place right now, but you guys have to understand how critical this episode is in the sphere of Total Drama discussion. I don't think it's as bad as Sunday Muddy Sunday, and in fact, I actually enjoyed some small bits and pieces, usually having to do with Heather and Alejandro. I even somewhat like the friendship that Gwen has sort of fostered with Cameron. But even now, when I remember that this is the last time any of the first 2 Gen characters compete in a mainline Total Drama season, I get a little feeling in my gut. I mean, it doesn't make me as depressed as it did when I was a middle schooler, but damn, what a way to end it.
We're lucky that Redonkulous Ray's having Owen, Noah, and Jeff soften the blow of this finale. Because if they really meant to retire the first 2 generations from ever showing up again, good lord, that's insane. It's so unfathomably off the mark for a theoretical ideal send-off to a retiring cast that it's almost comical in retrospect. I'm even grateful that Drama-Rama exists, honestly, because at least it gave these characters a chance to be repurposed in some way. I mean, 4-year-olds in a preschool wouldn't have been my first choice, but there's a lot of entertainment that can be had from episodes like the one where Courtney forces Duncan to go to the store with her and buy Chef a smoothie to replace the one Izzy and Jude stole. I vibed with that. Reminds me of Chowder. I think I prefer them more there than I do here.
So yeah, that was Total Drama All-Stars. I don't know whether to do a zinger about my opinion of this season or the fact that this video is so long. I guess I'm doing the latter because I'm fascinated that this 13-episode season got more words out of me than World Tour, a 26-episode season. But it's not time to rest on my laurels yet, because I still have more words to throw at you. Sorry.
I think a lot of the initial fan reaction Total Drama seasons get when they've just come out tends to be overwhelmed by what a season should have been in the eye of the beholder, and I'm relearning that lesson with the recent reboot. It seems like a lot of discussion with Season 2 especially was more focused on the story they could have told as opposed to the story they actually told.
I'm not an exception to that, by the way, and I'm not even saying it's necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of enjoyment that can be had by exploring the stories a show like this can tell, and the fact that doing it is so popular goes to show how dedicated fans of this show really are.
Still though, I think it's important when looking at this show critically to look past what you wish it would do and pay attention to what you like and dislike about what it actually did do. When I was a kid, I had a low opinion of Revenge of the Island, and it was literally just because I wanted more of the original cast. Also because I think it was a bit less funny, but most of my bitter 11-year-old rage was because my favorite characters had been replaced. After all, if we're not having a season that brings back Duncan and Courtney and has them get back together and get married, then count me out. Because of that, I never really engaged with the season thoughtfully, and I wasn't able to approach it for what it was. This pattern repeated itself thoroughly for All-Stars and Pahkitew Island, and it wasn't until Redonkulous Race where I think I was truly over the whole Total Drama Gen 1 has fallen mindset. Fortunately, I think as I've rewatched this show over and over as the years have gone by, I've been able to cast aside my disappointments and approach the seasons more honestly. I'm delighted I did that, because I think so far I've given each part of this show I've reviewed a fair shake. And I don't know for sure how I've come off for this video, but I genuinely think I was fair to this season as well, even with my stupid online complainer potshots.
Too lazy to give Joe pajamas? What the fuck were they thinking? Fresh TV? More like fuck TV. Altogether, after several rewatches and a lot of time writing, I found myself thinking this season isn't as bad as I used to give it credit for. Actually, it's worse. It's like a good bit worse.
I honestly wasn't expecting this. In fact, in the initial notes I took for this video while also writing the Revenge of the Island video back in 2022, I wrote down the opposite. But since then, no, it's changed. I think I like this season less so than when I first started writing this video, and that means it's the first of the show's seasons I reviewed to actually make me feel this way. Talking about previous seasons of the show in so much detail for these videos, up until now, has honestly made me love each one more. Island, Action, World Tour, and especially Revenge. The more I've watched them, the more I've grown to appreciate them. This season has broken that streak, because unlike the previous ones where I found new bits and pieces to enjoy, rewatching this season has only made me even more aware of all of its fatal flaws. I hate being so dramatic, but it genuinely feels like the more I look, the more ways I see this season screw up. It's fascinating how thorough it is. The continuity errors, the derailment, the writing, it always feels like I find another way it screws the pooch. Let's just call it All-Stars law. What can go wrong in All-Stars will go wrong in All-Stars. Character derailment is not new to this show, as much as I hate to admit it, but I've never seen so many derailments in a season that don't even really have a purpose. It's baffling to watch. I mean, sure, Courtney, Duncan, yada yada, but even the characters who by all measures shouldn't be much worse off get seriously bogged down because of my least favorite Total Drama villain thus far, Mal. Characters like Zoe and Cameron are pretty good most of the time, but because of Herobrine over here, they have to be totally neutered whenever the plot needs him to stay in the game. His dominance of the competition almost always comes at the cost of the written competency of the characters around him. He's not a good liar or manipulator. He's a generic bad guy character with no real motive or charisma that has to be consistently overpowered and repeatedly thrown bones to have the success he did. They try to treat him as a similar threat level to Alejandro, in fact even higher, but because of his lack of focus and goofy plot armor, it doesn't work. Now, I'm not gonna say Season 3 Alejandro didn't have plot armor and his uncharacteristic prowess in pretty much every category, but even the more extreme examples of his villainy worked for me because at least they were justified by his silver tongue and great charm. He earned his speech checks. There's a benefit of the doubt I can give this show, even with his ability to woo Lashana. Mal doesn't have any of that, not any that I can see. He's always making obvious lies and stupid decisions that don't do anything to serve him or his motives.
That's part of the problem too. He doesn't even really have any clear motives, other than destroying Mike, I guess. But I fail to see how breaking Cameron's glasses or Sam's video game console justifies it.
Part of me thinks that they wrote him as so non-convincing, so it'd be simple for the audience to be able to tell when it's Mal talking and when it's Mike talking, but I think honestly the bags under his eyes are more than enough of a visual cue.
After all, people with bags under their eyes are almost always evil. Knowing that will save you a lot of pain, guys.
Instead though, he's constantly up to no good, and not even really trying to keep the act up, but his best friends are totally oblivious to it. The entirety of Mal's character being seen as an evil genius has to come from characters being stupid, and him just being a generic good-at-everything character when it comes to any physical challenge in his way. It certainly doesn't make his climb to the final two much of a spectacle.
I think one of the things that consistently baffles me about this season is that it feels like everyone comes out of it unsatisfied. Seriously, who wins here? Character derailment and forced drama is not new to this show, but in the past I feel like there was always some theoretical end being worked towards that might be a win to some part of the community somewhere.
Courtney being characterized as more and more neurotic and controlling was clearly meant to justify Duncan wanting to dump her for Gwen. I have a lot of opinions on that, but I see the vision, or get what they're going for. I can see why someone would write that. What I don't get is all the chaos that happened with the love triangle this time around. That is some of the most absurd decision making I have ever seen. If the season had stopped at episode 10 or so, I would understand it on some level. Duncan gets shafted and sent back to the doghouse in order to bring Gwen and Courtney together, as having dated the same guy and realized they let him get in the way of each other's friendship. Once again, I wouldn't be the biggest fan of that, but that arc would have at least led to rekindling one of the most popular character friendships in the show's history. But then they throw it away. Throw it away is an understatement, and I'm just left wondering why. All we wanted was Platonic Glunkin to come together and all of them be friends and frolic in a field. It's so simple. The friendship trio from Revenge of the Island is genuinely the only group of characters that I feel like anyone at Fresh TV actually tried to improve upon this season. And listen, I like them. Mike, Cam, and Zoe were pretty good last season. But as I said, I think even these characters leave a lot to be desired, because of how nerfed they have to be for Mal to actually do anything. So I find them more often than not just frustrating to watch. Also, Cameron has to deal with Sierra.
It's like every which way. This season just never fails to let me down.
I also can't get over how small this season is in its scope on so many levels. The 13 episode limit is one thing, and as I said with Revenge, it does not do the show any favors. Every plot point is fast-tracked and in your face, and we never get the time to feel invested in the world this season tries to create. It's so easy to forget that this is somehow supposed to be an all-star season. It doesn't feel like an actual celebration of the show and its history. In fact, it feels like the opposite, with the amount of legacy characters who get flanderized, watered down, nerfed, or completely assassinated. It's a doubling down on all the things I personally disliked about the last few seasons.
Even my favorite episodes of the season, most of which are in the first half, still feel pretty unambitious and not very inspired. I mean, I'll take lackluster over Sunday Muddy Sunday, but it is worth saying.
The season starts out okay enough. I mean, I think it's not particularly funny, but I don't see it as super far off compared to Revenge of the Island. It's really the second half where the character arcs start meeting their conclusions that shit hits the fan. By the last 3 episodes, it feels like they just threw the towel in. I don't know what happened at that point. Courtney pulled out a chart, and the rest is history. The writing as a whole, even in the episodes I like, is also just a lot less clever than it used to be. I know I'm saying this for like the 4th time, but this is a long video. You can feel it a lot with the Season 1 superstars, because even when they're not being totally derailed, they have a striking lack of personality, and the vast majority of jokes involving them are either very surface-level explorations of their character, or completely cartoonish, over-the-top subversions of it. A lot of style, not a lot of substance. Actually, not even much style in the first place. There are a lot of shows with constant meticulous blink and you'll miss it gags and turns of phrases, and there's never anything like that in Total Drama's post-World Tour seasons. I've never been, dazzled with any of the dialogue here, even as a theoretically dazzleable kid. I think this really started in Revenge, but it gets worse here and reaches critical mass, for me, in Pocket Tail. At best, it's a bit bland, and at worst, well, yeah, as I said, vomit Sunday chart Mal. Also, is it just me, or is this season really visually unimpressive? There is just not much going on screen most of the time. even less so than the first season of the show, because although season 1 was often simpler and less mature in its visual direction than what would follow, it was still a lot more focused in its scope, and it definitely was more adventurous with its camera work than what is done here. There were way more creative shots and angles back then compared to All Stars, which is pretty much always a wide shot with the characters looking left or right, with a few head-level zoom-ins. I guess All Stars has the brain world. Whether that helps or hurts is your judgment to make. I have to wonder if they were like really shafted budget-wise for this season. To be transparent, I don't actually know how much money was pulled into the show, but it is striking how seasons like Action, Revenge, and especially World Tour would have the characters in new, lush environments in every new episode, while this season feels almost entirely made of old assets. They couldn't even give Joe pajamas! You can call it economical, and I guess you kind of have a point, but it's really jarring. I suppose it's not really that big of a deal, and this kind of thing doesn't really always have to be seen as a problem, but it's just something that I can't help but point out.
Once again, I want to clarify that I don't actually have any concrete evidence or insight into how money and resources were allocated behind the scenes. I don't. I'm just kind of brainstorming. However, I do honestly believe that, for whatever reason, this whole season was phoned the hell in. So phoned in, you'd think it was on silent mode.
I mean, the last couple of episodes feel especially lazy, but even before that, I don't get the impression that anyone's heart was really in this season. I hate saying that because despite the fact that I may come off as a miserable, angry cartoon YouTube man-child, I do genuinely respect the people who work on this show, and I think they are usually fantastic at what they do, and that's part of why I get the impression that even the personnel behind the season don't care much for it. I mean, Julie Giles has described this season as not our best work when asked about it by a fan, and although that's a relatively innocent statement, given that she used to be the social media manager for Fresh TV, she was clearly talking in a PR-friendly way. If that's what they're willing to say to the public, it's easy to wonder what the folks at Fresh TV say about the season behind closed doors. I can't imagine it's super positive, but I could be wrong, I guess.
Despite the fact that I think this season is probably one of my least favorites and an unfortunate part of this show's history, I don't want to end this video on a bad note. Because even with this season's flaws, I think that treating it as the end-all be-all fall of total drama isn't really acknowledging the full picture.
Back when I first started writing the Island video in 2019, total drama seemed like a thing of the past. And to me, I saw it as a sad tale of a show that suffered from seasonal rot that never was able to find its footing after a couple of less than good seasons. But I feel like treating it that way isn't fair. I mean, for one, Redonkulous Race came out after the All-Stars Pocket-tail fiasco and was honestly great, and proved to me that Fresh TV still had it in them, even if the mainline series was still not in the best place. However, Pocket-tail Island is no longer the final mainline total drama season. We have the reboot now, and although they totally fumbled broadcasting it at a good time, it was like a really refreshing return to form. It also seems that, forgive my mommy language here, that Fresh TV learned from a lot of the mistakes in 2013 and 2014. Most of my biggest complaints from All-Star and Pocket-tail have been fixed here, and I genuinely couldn't be more happy. Except for the 26 episode thing, but even that is partially rectified, because this is the first time we've had a cast come back for another season since Action, as opposed to the one and done thing we've been stuck on for a long time. And I was satisfied with it. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but in the second season there was a specific character arc between two individuals in a relationship, and I was so ready for them to completely tear them apart for some Glunkin-esque bullshit, but it was actually resolved. Satisfyingly!
Wow, it's almost like you could have drama between two characters without irreparably damaging one of them. That's so crazy. You learn something new every day.
That's one of the big things that the reboot has been able to do that is so relieving. They seem to be aware that people like these characters, most of them, and they seem to have remembered that characters occasionally getting along and being able to learn and hug does not necessarily make a season boring. In fact, a good balance of struggle and triumph kind of seems to be something this show benefits from, as opposed to the constant punishing attitude they adopted in the early 10s.
So you know what? I've been a sourpuss long enough. I'll throw this season a few bones.
I like Heather and Joe's rivalry and how Heather tries to talk down to her as someone who joined the show later. I like how Scott was recontextualized as a comedy character, and I find his relationship with Courtney genuinely funny, even though I definitely understand people's complaints that he's a bit too different from how he was in season 4. I like how Heather and Gwen seem to have grown past their petty rivalry, most of the time. I love the friendships that come between mixed gens, like Zoe's affinity with Duncan and Gwen. I like the bonus clips and how they call back to World Tour. I like the fact that Courtney, up until episodes 11, is the most tempered she's been since the first season of the show. I like how even though Owen wasn't competing, he still got to have a fun little cameo. I consider myself lucky, because although this season did a lot of damage to my favorite characters, I don't feel incapable of enjoying the show anymore. Some people tell me that they can't even enjoy characters like Courtney or Gwen in season 1 because they were retroactively ruined by how they would end up being portrayed later on. I've never felt that way, personally. I can still turn on Basic Straining right now and have the time of my life. I had a few people tell me they were dreading this video because they like All-Stars and in a couple cases consider it their favorite season. And you know what? To those people, have the hell at it. I personally don't see what you see, but I am glad that someone somewhere in this world looks on this season fondly.
Before I wrap this video up, I want to thank all of you for sticking with me for so long. It means the world, especially those of you who actually enjoy this season, which is totally valid. It's definitely not one I like that much, but to each their own. And I commend you for sticking through my yapping for as long as you did. You're open-minded, and that's a good quality to have. I really want to thank all the people who helped me put this video together. Historically, I've never been much for sharing my process, but I really wanted to be comprehensive here, and my friends and family both online and offline have helped me stay sane while putting this together. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys around.